Pod Mortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. Original Cinematic has multiple exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, is slated for release in early 2024. Upcoming films, Fetish, Sweetener, and Run, and their documentary, Drag, the Most Targeted Art Form, are anticipated for 2024 releases as well.
Their new award-winning film Group is currently on the festival circuit, and very generously, Original Cinematic will be providing a link for our patrons to screen the film on Zoom. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Reneé Hunter Vasquez, joined as always by my co-host, my husband, and my brother.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
Hi, I'm Travis Hunter.
This week, we're recording live from the Crossroads Mall discussing the 2004 action horror film, Dawn of the Dead. This film was directed by Zack Snyder and written by James Gunn based off the 1978 screenplay by George A. Romero. When presented with the opportunity to remake the 1978 classic Dawn of the Dead as his first feature film, Snyder knew that he wanted to make a reimagining rather than a true remake. In this spirit, Gunn's screenplay tells a new story with respect and reverence, with the familiar setting mixed with a brand new cast, graced with the presence of members of the original film in cameo roles. 2004's Dawn of the Dead is a treat for both newcomers to the genre and fans of Romero's iconic series. This film was requested to us by friends of the show, Bobby Joe, Cato1825, Sophie Hodson, Josh Grimes, Amanda Lopez, and Martin Shaw. We want to thank each of them for their support as well as this suggestion. So, what did you guys think of Dawn of the Dead 2004 the first time you saw it?
I remember the first time I seen this movie, I watched it on DVD. I didn't see it in the theater. I do remember seeing stuff for it on TV, but I never got a chance to see it. I would have loved that.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember watching it, and I don't know what it was about the movie, but it made its way inside of my heart, and it never left. This, for me, is a mega comfort movie. I will put this on and do literally anything in the world while this movie is playing in the background. I knew I really, really liked this movie, but I recently, and then watching it again, I realized I love this movie. But I remember even watching it for the first time, or like the first couple of times, keep watching it over and over. I was like, man, this is just action and just shit going on. And then again, the ending and everything that happens, it's like, oh, fuck. But yeah, no, I absolutely adore this movie.
I don't think that we saw it in theaters either.
Okay.
I think we also saw it on DVD, which gave us access to the unrated director's cut first.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, which we kind of talked before, and you letting me know that, I thought, because that's the only one I had seen, and that's what I'm familiar with. So I didn't know that that's not what everybody else got.
Yeah, and there are some moments that we definitely remember from it that are not in the theatrical, which is obvious because it's the director's cut.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think what we have here, because I know we cover the theatrical, I think it's a very good movie. I do enjoy it. I think that a lot of it for me is very, very powered by nostalgia.
Yeah.
Because Nay and I watched this on a loop whenever we got it. And it was one of those films that it was just a matter of hey, you want to watch it? Yes. Like,
Yeah.
there was never anything. And it was one of those films that we kept returning to. It still is a lot of fun. It's very entertaining. I really appreciate the effects and the cast.
Yeah.
I think that they play very well together. I feel like, personally for me, and I could be the odd man out, and I think that I am, but I like the original more.
Okay.
But I feel like this has enough to it to where, for me, there's a remake test
Okay.
in my head, and I want all of the remakes to pass this test,
Right.
which is why
Naturally.
that's why I created it. But I think it's a matter of having a reason to exist.
Right.
I don't want people to just reuse a property because it's profitable.
Right.
You know, I want you to go to this and say, we're doing this for a reason.
Okay.
You know, when you think of films like The Thing
Yeah. Yeah.
or The Fly, where you're like, oh, you had something to say with this.
Yeah.
Or you had a different way of telling this story.
Okay.
You know, it's not this carbon copy. It's an interesting take on it.
Yeah.
I just think that for me, Romero's film, I think I really appreciated the social commentary in it. Whenever we talk about the use of this mall in general.
Yeah. Yeah.
In Romero's, it's this idea of consumerism. There's discussions of class and race.
Yeah.
Here, the film simply takes place in a mall. That's that's what's happening here.
Right.
But it suits the more action-oriented take on this.
Right.
Because it's not trying to go past that, which is an interesting take for how poignant the first film was. But, I mean, again, why recreate what's already been done?
Right.
I'll just go watch Dawn of the Dead again.
Yeah.
You know? It's the same thing with the argument of slow zombies versus quick zombies.
Okay.
Each one serves their purpose. I think that the zombies here fit this action film.
Yeah.
I think I like slower zombies more just because the idea of being swarmed by them is frightening.
It is.
Yeah.
But this is frightening too, thinking of how quick they can swarm on you.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, there's a different take on it. I just think that, I don't know, this one has a lot of positives, and I don't know that it gets the credit that it deserves. I think part of it is because Zack Snyder made it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the same thing.
But I feel like, I mean, and there are nitpicks that I have. Like, I'm not really a fan of some of the characterization, some of the character dynamics.
Okay.
I don't think we spend enough time learning about a few people.
Yeah.
They're kind of just there to be food.
Oh, yeah.
Which happens.
Yeah.
I just feel like I cared about the characters in the original more.
Okay.
But I do appreciate the inclusion of cast members from the original in this.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of reverence for the original in this through small little Easter eggs. And I really, really think that just shows how much the filmmakers respect where they're coming from.
Yeah.
But the few nitpicks I have, I mean, part of the film, like, I love the vibe of the original a lot. I love the music of it a lot. I do like the music of this one, but I feel like the look of this one kind of gets to me from time to time.
Okay.
Because there is an unearthly tint in a few scenes.
of blue. Yeah.
And a green.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, I like lighting.
Well, maybe they were trying to do like an Italian you know,
it was for you.
it was a
Then-
nod.
Yeah.
Then let's have some lights. I think
Like no, tint
There
the
was a
whole
lot of
thing.
lights in the
Yeah,
mall.
tint the whole
there
thing.
were, yeah. And it made the blonde people look like they have green hair.
Yeah. Well.
But no, I mean, it's a very, very good film, and it does what I think a remake should do.
All right.
You both make some really excellent points. I feel like, you know, that line in Fight Club where he's like, "You've met me at a very strange time in my life." That's me to Dawn of the Dead 04. Like at 15, this was the coolest shit I'd ever seen.
Yeah.
And like you said, it gets in your heart and it stays there. That's
Yeah.
kind of how, because we watched this, like you said, T, fucking constantly, to the point where there was no surprise in
Yeah.
the beat, like writing the script for this. It was just like, oh, well, yeah, well, I know that this is about to happen, so let's lead into that. But it's such a treat every time that I revisit it. And even looking at it with the critical eye, I do notice the weird ass lighting in some scenes. I do notice like discrepancies, but I feel like that's really in every single zombie anything, where some
Yeah.
people get injured and it takes a month, and some people it's like immediately. There are moments of that. There's a couple things with characterization where it's like, we barely got to fucking know you, but okay, bye. But I think that what is so special about this film to me is I can logically see all of those things as I'm trying to review this or do my script or do notes or research it or whatever, but I don't care. I think that's what's like, I love it so much. And I think part of me, every time I watch this, I am 15 again and just loving every second of it.
I'm glad you said that, because I think that is something that sitting there and watching it, working on it last night, that was the same thing for me. I'm watching this. The opening happens, and then we hear fucking Johnny Cash start.
Yes.
I'm 19. I'm in my apartment sitting there with the joint in my hand, watching this, enjoying the fuck out of it. Like, this takes me back to when I was watching it.
I think that you saying comfort movie is just the perfect, it's perfect, way to describe this. It's perfect way to, I'm very eloquent this morning. But I have fond memories of watching this with T when we were younger. I have fond memories of watching it with you. I know that we've talked on Talk Mortem about the fact that both of us making a Wedding Singer reference, we were like, oh, that's the one.
Yeah.
This is another one that we both find out that we love this movie, and it's like, oh fuck, you know what I mean? Like, we were meant to be together.
Yeah.
But it's special, and that's all it took.
It's a low bar, dude.
But it's special in that regard. It's special for like the teenage nostalgia that I have for it, and just seeing it's like I have such a love for when people that were involved in the original thing make a cameo or say something positive about the new thing. It's like, oh, they were okay with it. Like, I don't know. It's so every time that pops up in this, I'm just like, and the older I get, the more that I do appreciate that. And the more reverence and fucking awe that I have for people like Tom Savini and Ken Foree. It's just like, man, this is just special.
Yeah.
And I think that you're right that you see Zack Snyder and that's going to turn off people immediately.
Yeah.
But I mean, I love The Watchmen. I love this.
Yeah,
I
Watchmen
mean,
was great.
but
Yeah. Well, I think it's and it's a tightrope here. I'll just say I also enjoy Watchmen.
Hey, we don't have to like Zack Snyder. We don't like it. Yeah.
But
Well, I don't know anything about the man.
Yeah,
I don't either.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't either.
But I'm scared because I know so many people hate him for some reason.
I don't know.
But I love this movie.
Yeah.
I love Watchmen a lot.
Yeah.
It's such a Watchmen. I know that we're not talking about it today,
No,
but
but-
what
Oh,
a
man.
fucking adaptation that is.
Yeah.
That opening gave me chills the first time I
See,
saw it, 'cause I
again-
love the graphic novel.
And there's something, again, with his openings of his films
Yes.
that it just works, and it kind of sets, and in all fairness, it does kind of set a bar very high.
Extremely high, yes.
And sometimes it lives up to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This film, Watchmen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We're going to move right along. I do have a little bit on production. Basically, it all started when producers Eric Newman and Mark Abraham bought the rights to Dawn of the Dead, which it was a very hesitant allowance of them being able to do it. But they said that from the beginning, they wanted to pay respects and please the fans of the classic version while also getting new fans of this version, which again, that is what a remake should do.
Yeah.
I was honestly surprised that they were given the remake rights.
Yeah.
Because I know we talked about it on our Dawn of the Dead episode where I think it's Rubenstein, the producer.
Yes.
Seems to be kind of holding this film hostage.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, as far as, because you can't get it anywhere, really.
Mm-hmm. But Newman had said specifically that and it's funny that you likened it to these because he wanted it to be remade in the way that The Fly, The Thing, and Invasion of the Body Snatchers were remade, where it's not a like shot for shot, beat for beat remake. It's more of a reimagining, which is what Zack Snyder calls this. it's not a remake, it's more of a reimagining, which I think is very fair.
Yeah.
But as I said in the intro, this is his first feature-length film, and he said that it being a remake of Dawn of the Dead, he's quoted as saying it gave him a reason to care about every shot. And I think that this is, for a first feature film, this is very impressive.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of shots and movements, and it's really fun to look at. Like, it's entertaining.
And when you think of all the moving parts of all the extras,
Yeah.
the makeup, the locations, everything, it's a pretty ambitious project.
Yes. But then they approached James Gunn, and he initially turned it down, but he reconsidered because of how much he loved the original. But taking on this film garnered him an insane amount of backlash, even death threats. And he said that the most, I don't mean to laugh, but the most common insult that he received was, "Why are you giving this movie to the guy who wrote the Scooby-Doo movies?" Literally.
Well, but we like Scooby.
Yeah, I
I have no issue with Scooby-Doo.
But people were that he was not that he was inadequate because that was what he had done before.
But James Gunn cut his teeth with Trauma.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. So you would, I mean, he has horror.
But he did
Yeah.
Scooby-Doo tea.
We all love
Yeah.
Scooby-Doo. We've established.
Like, yes, that's another positive. Go on. I did read, though, that Michael Tolkien and Scott Frank did uncredited rewrites, too. But James Gunn, aside from obviously George Romero, is the sole credit for screenplay.
Huh.
That's interesting.
It is.
Yeah.
In all fairness, a lot of times, a lot of rewriters, they call them. They also stutter the word from time to time.
Rewrite ears.
If you say it 3 times, they'll show up.
Yeah, don't do that.
Be careful. I don't know these people either. But a lot of times they don't get credit a lot of the time.
Oh, okay.
Like I've seen a lot of screenplays in especially the 90s that Tarantino and Kevin Smith would punch up and no credit at all.
Really?
Yeah.
It did kind of like make me giggle. I'm sure that this isn't the case, but doing the research and seeing how much smoke he got, that they're like, oh no, keep our name off that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
This is all you,
That's
James,
true.
Jimmy.
Oh, and Carrie Fisher. Tons
Yes,
of, and
yes.
no credit at all.
Yeah.
Which is
Yeah.
wild
Huh.
because you would think with those names.
Yeah.
But, anyway, they then approached David Leroy Anderson to do the effects. And he was in disbelief at the opportunity. I watched on a featurette on the DVD called Raising Dead, I think. He talked about it being offered to him. He was in shock. He couldn't believe it. Then he met with Zack Snyder, and Zack Snyder basically reenacted the whole film for him as like a one-man show, and then was like, and this is what I'm looking for. And it's like, okay, like he obviously said yes, but he only had 4 weeks to get all his test makeup together before they had to take off for Ontario. I do have to mention that he's married to Heather Langenkamp.
Yeah.
And she also did effects for this.
Damn.
Which is really fucking cool.
I think they co-own an effects house together.
It's very cool.
Very nice.
But it was interesting to me. I'm going to talk a little bit about like how they set up the makeups and stuff, and then we're going to talk about specific like gags and effects later on. But it was very interesting to me that the designs were based off of photos of real wounds and injuries and decomposition, and he said that it would make them sick to look at them, and then as production went on they just kind of got desensitized to it, but that is what they were recreating.
Yeah.
They had even set up, they had built like a factory, they said, where they would keep the painted extras, and then they had trailers and they had tents where it was like a conveyor belt of people being worked on. He said sometimes it would be 50 makeup artists in one space.
Yeah.
They would provide them each with a zombie kit with pre-approved palettes. They couldn't use anything outside of the palettes because they wanted these wounds to have real, like authentic, realistic color. And the makeup, it's really the stunts that they did and the effects that they made. It is incredible.
Yeah.
I think a lot of times what gets lost is whenever you think about the unenviable position that Zack Snyder is in
Yeah.
with comparisons to Romero's classic.
Yeah.
You got to think about Anderson and Langenkamp and Tom Savini.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because the stuff that he did in Dawn of the Dead in 78 it still gets to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It did make me laugh too, because he said that one thing that they never had an issue with was finding extras to play the zombies. They said that even people on set would be talking shit about the fact that they were remaking Dawn of the Dead, but they still showed up to be a zombie.
Wow.
It was like they did not have any problem with that.
Yeah.
But to that, they said that they, on a busy day, they would make up between 200 and 400 extras. And between June and September of 2003, they had done over 3,000 people.
Damn.
3,000 looks.
That is wild.
They were making handmade masks for some of them, because they had them like in the most realistic are up front, and then realistic masks are behind them, and then less realistic masks are behind them. And then if they were ready to film and people hadn't been made up yet, they would stick them in the back. And while they were rehearsing, they would just spray them with blood and goo, and they would just run behind everyone.
Well, I mean, in all fairness, there's different amounts of freshness.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He made a 3-tier system that we will talk about later, because, I mean, they really put their foot in this.
Yeah.
But like I said, they filmed in Ontario. There's some really interesting stuff about the mall that they used. I know you have stuff about that, T.
For sure.
That we will talk about later. But it was screened at Cannes. It did well at the box office. I did read that. And this shows you, because I know that it's the anniversary, right?
20th year.
Yeah.
20 years that this film has been a part of our lives. And it, it goes by in a fucking blip. But this was in theaters the same time as Passion of the Christ.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Which doesn't seem right.
No.
But it dethroned Passion of the Christ. And James Gunn is quoted as saying, "You can see a movie with one guy rising from the dead, or you can see one with thousands."
That's a very James Gunn thing to say.
I was like, oh my God. I'm starting to get my people. They love things to say. But yeah, I thought that was terrible and hilarious. But it kind of, I was like, did I know that already? But the first 10 minutes were shown on TV like 4 or 5 days before it was released in theaters. Like they showed the whole first 10 minutes on TV.
I feel like you and I watched
That's
that.
why I'm saying I don't know if that's a false memory.
Yeah.
But if I was like, oh yeah, but then I was like, did I actually know
On
that?
Fox,
I don't know.
or what are we?
I don't know, but that's the first 10 minutes of this film.
Yeah.
That'll make you fucking show up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But of course, I finished my little production intro here with saying that with any film that remakes a beloved classic, there is some polarization surrounding this. A lot of very intense opinions on drastically different sides. And I'm sure we'll hear about them. Now, before we aim for this film's head, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Podmortem is a very in-depth podcast, and thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, then let's go to the mall. The film opens with the bright image of a skull emblazoned on the screen. As we zoom out, we see that it's an X-ray being held by Dr. Dandawar, played by Sanjay Talwar.
I liked this opening. It seemed like a nuclear blast.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it kind of, I was like, as far as interpretations,
Yeah.
the end of the world, an X-ray, it's like it's arriving through human sickness.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Trying to, inject a little.
No, it's good. It's good.
I did hear on commentary they named this character Dr. Dandawar after Tarsem Singh Dandawar, the director.
Oh, all right.
That's great.
He's
Yeah.
a friend of Zack Snyder's.
Very nice.
It's strange to me, though, because he's credited as Dr. Rosen, but she straight up calls him Dr. Dandawar. So I just put that instead.
Well, but there's times when we watch movies and it's credited as like boy, but then they're like John.
I know.
Yeah.
So,
What the fuck?
why don't you just call him John? Like, I don't know. What is that?
Yeah, you don't need a last name. You gave him a first one.
Yeah, just credit him as it. But as he holds someone's results in his hand, he prattles on a hospital phone about tea time tomorrow. Golf, not like British tea.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know.
Standing close to him with an open file is Anna, played by Sarah Polley. She tells the doctor that she's in a bit of a hurry, and after taking a moment to end his call, he finally turns his attention to her. He asked for clarification as to why another doctor ordered a head x-ray when a patient was bitten on his hand. Interesting. Anna explains that the patient was in a bar fight and was able to communicate when he was admitted at 6. She makes sure he realizes that she means 6 a.m., as in when she started her shift. Dr. Dandawar breezes past this, asking where the patient is now. Heavy-handed again, Anna advises that one of the night nurses could probably tell him since they moved him, but he interrupts her, again not getting the hint. He tells her that he wants to speak with the patient and tells her to page him when she finds him. He walks away, leaving Anna to answer a reluctant, sure.
She wants to go home, dude.
I mean,
She's telling you, look, 6 a.m. was when I got here. It is now like 7 or 6 p.m.
The night nurses are here.
Yeah. and Sarah Pauly, I remember, and I was like, I know her from, so I was like, I know her. I remember her. She was in Splice. I was like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She was also in Go from 99 and The Weight of Water. I was like, okay.
I was looking into her filmography as well.
Yeah.
I not only, firstly, she was usually seen in a lot of like indie films before this. And so people were very surprised, including her agent, that she wanted a part in this.
Yeah.
And whenever they met with her, she was very interested because not only, apparently, according to the production note, she's always had a fascination with zombies, but she was a big fan of Dawn of the Dead, the original.
Very cool.
Yeah.
But she's also a filmmaker in her own right. And she actually won an Academy Award last year for screenwriting.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Good for her.
Oh, yeah.
And I love her in this.
Yes.
But she makes her way to the desk where she hands over the patient's file to Cora, played by Kim Roberts. She asks if Cora can look up the patient, whose name is Edward Solomon, and Cora gets to work. As she types into the computer, she asks Anna, "Aren't you off?" And with a tired smile, Anna confirms this. She was supposed to be off an hour ago. Cora scoffs, but she quickly finds the patient. They admitted him with his name backwards, Solomon Edwards instead of Edward Solomon. She reports that he's in ICU. Anna is confused that a bite would have sent him there, but all the computer tells Cora is that they're running toxicology on him in the morning. With her side quest fulfilled, Anna asks Cora to let Dr. Dandawar know so that she can go home.
So we're getting little seeds.
Yes.
That things are already in motion.
Yeah.
And we're just kind of, why does this kind of remind me? I know it was the same year, but Shaun of the Dead.
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
And there's a moment in a second, I'm like, this is straight out of Shaun of the Dead.
But I feel like this does a really good job, and Shaun of the Dead might do an even better job of illustrating how wrapped up we are in mundane bullshit or day-to-day bullshit. That these strange things are happening, but it's like, I've been at work all day. I'm so fucking tired. I just want to go home. Like, it's like, you are just going about your daily routine and these things are happening in the periphery. But it's like, dude, I'm just trying to make it through. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even in a minute, there's shit on the radio and she's like, I'm just trying to listen to music and go home.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel, and like, I love the way that they do it in Shaun of the Dead as well. But it's just like, it feels so realistic to me because I feel like in a lot of movies, it's like, what do you mean it's an ICU? It's like, no, this bitch is tired. She wants to go home.
Been here for 12 hours or whatever. It is interesting you say that because in the production notes, Polly had said, at least through her character, that the film could be a commentary on the mundanity of existence, how our routines make zombies out of us.
Hey, I did
it. But yeah, I noticed that too. I was like, oh, they're saying shit is happening right now
already
in front of us. And since we're following her already, we sympathize. You've been here at work, like you said. And then it's like, okay, no, just let her go home. Because that's all I was thinking was like, she just wants to go home, dude. Just page dude and let her fucking leave.
But Cora tells her that she will page Dr. Dandawar. But before Anna can leave, Cora asks if she's talked to Lewis about Sunday yet. Anna assures Cora that she will before finally putting an end to her shift. On her way out, though, paramedics wheel someone with a bloody neck wound past her on a gurney. Again.
Yeah.
I was interested to learn that this was the first scene that was shot. Typically, that's not how it's done, but they said that Zack Snyder, again, this is his first feature film, so he was like, why don't we just start at the beginning? and that most of the first half of this was shot chronologically, which is very interesting.
Yeah.
I think that, I understand that actors are trained to pick up wherever.
Yeah.
But I can imagine how much easier that would be.
Yes.
Yeah.
Instead of you're at a 5.
I was gonna say, I can't remember what movie we
Yeah.
covered where they just used a number system because it was so scattered the way that they shot it. But this has got to be like, okay, we're dipping our toes in the water.
Yeah.
This is a normal world at this point. You know what I mean? But Anna finally steps outside and looks concerned when she sees 2 legs sticking strangely out of the back of an ambulance. She cautiously approaches, calling out, "Hey," when she gets to the open doors. But when she does, the paramedic, who was apparently just laying on his back taking a break wherever he can get it, tells her hi back. And I don't blame him.
No.
Because immediately his walkie crackles to life and they all spring into action, closing up the doors of the ambulance and declaring that they're starting early.
And you wonder what the call is.
Yeah. In her car, Anna skips past potentially concerning reports of not an isolated incident and unconfirmed reports to settle on some mellow music to accompany her home. She drives through her picturesque neighborhood of suburban houses, but slows to a stop when she sees a little girl on roller skates. Anna rolls down the window and greets the girl by name. And in response, Vivian, played by Hannah Lochner, asks Anna to watch her because she can go backwards on her skates. She demonstrates this for Anna, and Anna's proud of her. She commends her on a job well done and suggests that maybe when she gets off work, they can do a couple backwards laps around the block together. Vivian is pleased to hear this and agrees. She moves out of the way when Anna advises her that she needs to pull in. And as Vivian skates off, Anna tells the girl to say hello to her mother for her. Anna finally heads inside to find her husband, Louis, played by Louis Ferreira, lying in bed watching TV.
I will say, whenever we watched Breaking Bad, I was always trying to place, why does he look so familiar?
Yeah. This is why. Yeah.
That is funny. Your name is Lewis, and that's your character. That's easy. It's like, sure.
Yeah, I bet. He tells her sadly that she missed it because they cut the mailman on the reality show they're watching. Anna is bummed to hear this because he had such a sweet voice. She gives Louis a kiss before pulling off his shoes and climbing into bed. She kisses him again before lying on his chest and looking at the TV with him. When she asks how it went today, he tells her that it wasn't bad. And when he asks her in return, she lets him know that she's trading shifts with Cora. So if she works this Sunday, she can have a 3-day weekend at the end of the month. Louis is on board with this. And after a moment of reflection, Anna says that she thinks Cora is seeing some guy that she doesn't want her to know about. Louis muses, "Lucky Cora," before telling Anna that he thought maybe she went out with the girls after work. Anna asks, "And what, Miss Date Night?" The two kiss, and we cut to them making out in the shower. While they enjoy themselves, unbeknownst to them, in the adjoining bedroom, the TV is interrupted by a special news bulletin.
I will say one of the things that flashes before this bulletin, it's a commercial directed by Zack Snyder.
That's fantastic.
But it's one of those like perfect horror moments where, of course, they're distracted.
Oh yeah,
missing out on pertinent information. And I will say, I don't know if this is a thing, but we all know that the original Dawn of the Dead started at the news station.
Okay.
I don't know if a lot of these, because there's a lot of news in this.
Yeah, there is.
But it's crucial.
It is,
and it would be there regardless. But I like to think it's a bit of an homage.
For sure.
Yeah.
I really love all this talk about, oh, my friend is doing this, and at the end of the month, I'm going to get a 3-day weekend and da-da-da. And even if you've never seen this before, you know that this doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah.
And so it's like one of those things where it really, sometimes things happen in life that put things into context or perspective. And then you're like, I cannot fucking believe that I was worried about X a week ago. You know what I mean? And it's just one of those moments where it was like, I was worried about coming home and remembering to tell him that I'm going to work on Sunday and trade shifts and blah, blah, blah. And none of it matters. Like nothing of this matters.
Yeah.
Well, in her defense, I mean, she doesn't go to work for a while.
She does. She does get her 3-day weekend.
But for me, I like it because it makes her feel real.
Absolutely.
You do come home and then your partner, you're like, hey, look, I traded shifts with Bob or whatever so that we can go do whatever we planned on doing or whatever. And then them getting nasty and clean at the same time, it's, you know what I mean? Well, I'm saying like, I like these characters.
Yeah.
The way that all these people are portrayed in this movie. I do agree, T. Some of them, we don't spend enough time with them.
Yeah.
But for a majority of them, little shit like this, this doesn't matter. But it makes her feel like a real nurse.
It does. And I feel like this could have been very like clunky and expositional, but the dialogue that we're given and the familiarity that they have with each other, we see, oh, it's date night. We usually watch trash TV together. You know what I mean? Like it feels lived in and it feels genuine.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it was done in a way that's not like, okay, you're married. We get it. You know what I mean? In the morning, the bedside clock loudly strikes 6:37 a.m.
So one thing I did want to say before things go crazy, because they do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very interestingly, and we will get to the whole thing with the mall that they filmed in and all this later,
Okay.
because we all know it's happening.
Mhm.
But interestingly, this bedroom set, because the exteriors were filmed in a real neighborhood in Ontario,
Right.
but the interiors,
It's beautiful.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, it gives little boxes, but
That's exactly what I said. I said,
mean-
this is giving weeds.
but the bedroom set, these interiors
Mhm.
were also filmed in the mall. They took a store that wasn't being used for anything, and they fitted out this bedroom set to give them their house. For
Wow.
Oh, very nice.
this. Yeah,
Okay.
it's unbelievable.
Well, you've got access to all this space.
Yeah.
Why not?
And that's really smart, and it doesn't feel like it.
No.
But back to the shit hitting the fan. We traveled down the hallway adorned with framed photos of Anna and Louis as someone or something slowly makes their way to the bedroom. The cracked open door creaks mildly on its hinges as it slowly pushes the rest of the way open. This wakes Louis, who looks in the doorway to find Vivian standing in the shadows in her nightgown. He groggily tells Anna that Vivian is here before asking the child if she's okay.
So I know I said that I watched this movie over and over, and I even, pay attention. Like we said, we know the beats. For whatever reason, for the longest time, I always thought this was their daughter. And I was speaking with friend of the show, Topher Williams, and he was like, dude, he goes, for the longest time, I thought the same thing. He goes, and then watching it, he goes, they completely say earlier, tell your mom hi.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, I've noticed that, but it's the way he answers her.
Yeah.
It feels very fatherly.
Well, that and the fact that, look, I don't care how close you are
That.
But
with the neighbors, but this is just wandering into your house in the middle of the morning.
6:30 in the morning.
So, I mean, there's not there's a child in the,
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, this
But
person is
you're
supposed
just
to be
like,
here.
"No."
And, yeah.
Hey,
but
girl.
you're right.
Good morning, little girl.
Yeah, but you're right. And that too. There is no, hey, Vivian, where's your mom? Or
Yeah.
how'd you get in
Or
here?
what are you doing
Yeah.
here?
Yeah, what's wrong?
Yeah.
I just
There's
think
like, you want
that-
eggs? Or,
Yeah. Unless this is normal, because they're kind of acting like this is normal.
One thing that's very weird on commentary as they were talking about this, and like, they seemed proud of this confusion.
Yeah.
So like a lot of people thought this was their daughter. That's like, it's funny, right? It's like, no.
No. No.
That's a lack of clarity.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, like you said that Topher said, she does say hi to your mom.
Yeah.
But it is that nobody would react this casually at a child. She's little.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would, if a child wandered in here at 6:30 in the morning, I would think that something horrible had happened. Where are your parents? Why are you here?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Even if we're friendly with the neighbors or whatever.
Yeah.
He's just like, hey, Vivian's here. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
Like, it's like,
I hope she put the coffee on.
Yeah.
what, no breakfast? It's just weird. But yawning, he sits up in bed, and when he looks at the girl in the doorway again, he sees now that her nightgown is spotted with blood. His previously sleepy eyes widen in surprise, and Vivian finally steps out of the shadows, revealing her mouth to be ripped away. Her teeth are exposed with no lips to cover them, and she stares blankly ahead. Louis rushes to her, instructing Anna to call an ambulance, but as soon as he reaches the child, holding her hands out to him, she grabs on, rears back, and sinks her teeth into his neck. Lewis screams as the snarling child takes a bite out of Crime, and by Crime, I mean his neck, and Vivian doesn't let go until Anna runs over and literally pulls her off.
I gotta tell you, that snap of flesh.
Yeah.
Yes.
When I was 13, that was the craziest thing I'd ever seen.
Yes.
I didn't realize that this is what we were in for.
Yeah.
It is very, I mean, you really think that we're going to ease into this by that first scene. It's almost like a false sense of security.
Yeah.
And then it's like, no, we're doing this shit right now.
Yeah, and she looks, that looks
Yes.
great.
Yes.
Do you think it's possible that the little girl zombie from The Walking Dead could have been inspired by this?
Oh, okay.
It's hard not to think that, honestly.
The bathrobe one?
Yeah. And they're both iconic.
Yeah.
They both are very effective to show like
It's anybody.
it doesn't matter. Like nobody is safe. Nobody, you even need to be afraid of little kids.
Mm-hmm.
Lewis is finally free, but Vivian took a good chunk of his neck meat with her. Anna throws the violent Vivian into the hallway and she slides across the polished floor. Lewis falls back into bed, clutching his neck, his white t-shirt deeply stained with his blood. In his panic and confusion, he knocks over his lamp and it goes crashing to the floor. Everything about this is just chaotic.
Mm-hmm.
It is, I will say this, so begins Zack Snyder in slow motion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the birth of that. Sometimes good. There is one moment even in this sequence that I'm like, all right, let's calm down a little bit. But yeah, it's effective.
It is.
No, yeah.
Shocked to her core, Anna stares at the child she once knew in the hallway. Vivian looks up at her, hissing, and jumps up, landing on both feet.
Okay.
Which is fucking...
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Yeah. No, yeah.
But and then that kind of makes it even like this is completely different from the original.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're agile. They're all gymnasts or something.
Yeah. Oh, I'm going to have to fuck that zombie kid up.
It's way worse.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Without even a pause, she goes sprinting back towards the bedroom. Anna is able to slam and lock the door in time, and as Vivian shrieks and bangs on the door, she rushes over to Lewis. Both of his hands drenched with blood now, Lewis continues to clutch onto his wound until Anna tries to tend to him. When she can't get to the torn artery or vein, I'm not the nurse, Anna is, she has him apply pressure once again, placing a pillowcase between his hands and the wound, assuring him that she's going to call for help.
Well, I mean, honestly, there's a lot of stuff in the neck.
There's a lot.
I feel like it's kind of a design flaw to be that wide open all the time.
That wide open.
Yeah, dude.
Are you just looking at the sky all the
Yeah,
time?
well, I should be able to look at the sky. Do you have a problem with me looking at the sky?
There's another plane.
Yeah, just trying
Wow.
to take in the joy of the morning, but I guess I'm leaving myself wide open for zombie bites.
Got to protect the neck, man.
You got it.
Protect your goddamn neck.
With shaking hands, Anna snatches up the phone and dials 911, but she's met with an automated voice regretfully informing her that all circuits are busy. This always scares me in films. Even, like, I don't want to bring up Shaun of the Dead again, but even in Shaun of the Dead, which is not a scary film, but just the fact that these things that are supposed to just always be in place, the thought of them not being in place, and like how quickly society would break down without, take out the Wi-Fi. There's going to be mass murders.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you see, even with overwhelming things that happen, how unprepared, like, literally all systems are.
Oh, yeah. And we live in Texas, okay?
Oh.
We got a grid that...
I think it's held together by duct tape.
We've got a grid.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, it's a great. Is it drawn?
it's alarming.
Yes.
Anna tries again, and she begins to cry when she gets the same automation, but she is blind to the fact that in the bed behind her, Lewis has stopped struggling and has gone still. She bangs the phone in frustration, begging, "Don't do this to me." She tries 911 again, but suddenly, Lewis is up behind her, walking around.
So it's a very quick transmission.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
you know. Some are. Did you take your vitamins last night? I think it's
I know this is like a did you take your vitamins last night? I know this is a thing. It's like kind of a little bit of a cliche moment in movies where you're holding somebody who is dying, but it's so selfish to say don't do this to me. You're the one dying, but me.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be really sad.
Yeah, it's gonna upset me a
She had
lot.
a bad day the other day.
She did.
He did, but he's also the one
Well,
who is not in this world anymore.
well, he's back though.
Yeah, everything is fine.
It's a happy ending. He's like, is Vivian okay? What
the hell was
I
that?
saw you toss her into the hallway. She's a child, you know.
But she calls his name, and when he turns to her, he looks confused. But the confusion quickly gives way to aggression. He snarls, lunging at her with his teeth bared. Anna is able to scramble away, leaving both herself and the wall smeared with Lewis's blood. Thinking quickly, she snatches up the keys. Lewis rages, knocking over the bedside table as he shrieks, but Anna quickly retreats to the bathroom.
You using the word rage. I really wonder how much 28 Days Later
Yeah.
kind of changed the game and was maybe more influential on quick zombies versus the slow ones from the original. Because that amps up the action,
Yeah.
which is exactly what Zack Snyder is going for here.
Yeah, for sure. God, I love 28 Days Later.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's so
good movie.
Yeah.
You know, there's supposed to be another one in production now.
I will be there. I'll be
All
sad,
right.
but I'm a little nervous.
Cillian Murphy might be in it.
Okay, then I'm
all
not
right,
nervous anymore.
And it's the original creators.
I mean,
Okay.
I'll stop talking. Go ahead.
let's just talk about
Dawn of the
28
Dead.
Yeah.
Let's get back to Dawn of the Dead. I'm sorry, everyone.
But Anna stumbles inside the bathroom, crashing into the room and falling hard into the tub. Every time I see it, I'm like, God damn.
Yeah.
It's very well done. They were talking about it being a stunt woman for that shot.
Uh-huh.
First shot done.
Wow.
And that was it. But the way that it's shot, it seems so fluid. I thought it was
Yeah.
Sarah Polley.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm like, did she really do that?
Yes. Well, it looks like it.
Yeah, and it looks really good for being a first take because,
Yes.
like you said, that hurts every time.
We're not doing that again.
No.
She stares at the blood-stained door, panting and shaking, but she quickly composes herself and tries to open the window above the tub. When she can't get it to budge, she becomes suspicious at the silence in the bedroom. Placing her feet quietly down on the floor, she creeps to the door, quieting her sobs. She calls out to Lewis, and after a moment of silence in response, Lewis crashes through the door with the top of his head.
Yes. It's Jack Torrance.
It is.
Yeah.
Take
It
a
is.
shot.
Take a shot,
Yeah.
yes.
He wanted it more.
He did.
That door didn't stand a chance. He was like, I'm getting in there.
After all that I understand that she loves him very much.
Yeah,
I know,
but-
but I'm not calling you. I'm
Fuck
sorry.
No.
Lewis.
Lewis.
Let me be in there. Just leave
Yeah,
me alone.
yeah. I need some me time. After all I've witnessed this morning.
Anna returns to the window, successfully unlocking it before starting to climb through. Lewis breaks through the rest of the door and reaches Anna in time to grab her feet, but she swiftly kicks him and lands in the grass below. Not wasting one moment, Anna runs to her car. I gotta say too, and there are multiple instances of this, but I'm just gonna say it here. I love that we have a fucking smart female protagonist
Yes.
that is pragmatic and got the fuck out of there. Her calling Lewis was a kind of a dumb move, but you have to understand she's processing a lot. But I did really appreciate that she gets her ass out of there.
Yeah.
And she was smart enough to grab her keys. She unlocks the car in the first try, but before she gets in, she spots her neighbor across the street. Armed neighbor, played by Cole Magner, stands in his yard, wearing a bathrobe and holding a gun. She asks for help, and when he catches eyes with Anna, he advises her to get back, pointing the gun at her. She asks for him just to tell her what's going on, but he tells her again to get back. He steps into the street, aiming properly and warning her that he told her to get back. Anna looks at him with profound sadness, but before the neighbor can shoot, an ambulance rounds the corner. The neighbor is like, then you can just drop fucking dead. No, he doesn't say that. But the ambulance plows into him and continues down the road with its sirens blazing. It's chaos.
Yeah.
It really seemed like the ambulance just wanted to hit him.
It's like, we got to save Anna.
Yeah.
They work with her.
Yeah, you know?
Hey, was that Anna? Fuck.
Yeah.
So not today. Anna takes a moment to look around her neighborhood. Picturesque only the night before, but now the picture of chaos. People run screaming, fires rage, sirens blare. Her moment of reflection is broken when Lewis comes running out of the house. Anna immediately gets in the car and Lewis jumps on the hood. As Anna slides the keys into the ignition, he rears back. I'm only laughing because you pantomimed this earlier and it was really funny too. But he rears back and punches the windshield, shattering it.
In slow motion. That was a step too far for me, I think.
That did it for you?
Yeah, it's like, come on, man. The punch.
Well, if we see the little girl fucking ninja jumping up, I mean, I guess they've got super strength now.
That's fine, but
it was a
slow motion.
Yeah. It should have been normal.
yeah, I mean, it's chaos.
It is.
But Anna backs out of the driveway, causing Lewis to fall off onto the ground. She drives off, but Lewis runs behind the car, keeping up scarily well. But when he passes a house with someone standing in the yard, he makes a beeline for them instead.
I think that is fantastic. I mean, just knowing what it's kind of the thing we learn with zombie films. Like if you make a noise over here,
Yeah.
it's like throwing, a knocking on the wall in Metal Gear Solid. It's gonna,
Yeah.
Throwing a brick in Manhunt. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, and also, it's like there is nothing of him left. It doesn't matter. He's not running after his wife. He's running after food.
yeah.
And now, this one is closer and more readily available. So I'm going to go to that. You know what I mean? It's scary. But the person in the yard screams and Anna rounds the corner, rendering them out of sight. She cycles through the radio stations, all giving emergency warnings and one advising people to head to evacuation centers. She slows for a moment, and in that split second, a woman comes running to her passenger window, begging for help before running away. Anna continues to drive, passing a swerving police car with its siren blaring. The radio gives addresses of evacuation shelters, advising that if there is no activity around you, stay inside with all doors and windows locked. She continues to drive through chaos, burning houses, screaming pedestrians, flaming cars. We see a wider shot of Milwaukee, and we see Anna's car speeding down the road. All around the city, black clouds of smoke rise to the sky. A helicopter soars overhead as we close in tighter on the car.
The helicopter that we see is added digitally,
Okay.
but it's the helicopter from the original.
Oh, wow.
really?
That's
Okay.
great.
I like this too. Zooming out,
Yes.
seeing all this chaos, then we come right back to where we were at.
A speeding truck T-bones a car, sending it flying as the truck itself swerves into a row of gas pumps, causing an explosion as Anna goes past.
I think that's supposed to be a reference to Night of the Living Dead.
Okay.
If you recall the...
Yeah.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Yes. It blew my mind.
Mm-hmm.
The droning voice on the radio reports civil unrest, but inside the car, Anna finally breaks down. She pulls up behind a bus where she can clearly see through the window someone being attacked by two people. She cries as the person inside the bus screams, but she's snapped back to reality when someone pries her door open. Abandoning his ship, the Metro bus driver, played by Jeff Williams, rips the door open and tries to climb inside.
I'm sorry, dude. It hasn't even been 24 hours.
That's what I'm saying.
We can't start carjacking yet.
Yeah.
Don't let the Wi-Fi go down. I'm serious.
It's like, I need this.
Just climb in the back, dude.
Yeah. Or, I mean, use your words.
Yeah.
Would
Yeah,
work.
or knock on the window like that lady did.
Yeah.
I mean, she didn't get inside, but...
Him trying to climb in while she's still in the driver's seat is wild.
Yeah.
Anna starts to drive again, kicking the bus driver away. When she finally loses him, she has also lost control of the car. She crashes through a railing and falls below, driving the car face first into a tree. Birds scatter into the sky. With bright red letters proclaiming the title and credits before melting away into blood against a starkly black background, we finally get the title montage. So before we get into this, I did read that The guy that did the title and credits is named Kyle Cooper. So first of all, I did read that he used real blood.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Okay.
Real human blood.
Yeah.
But the fact that I've never heard this person's name is astounding because of the films and games
Yes.
that he has done the title sequences for.
Okay.
Many iconic
Yeah.
titles. The one that I just wanted to mention off the bat because we covered it
Yeah.
and we talked about how amazing this title sequence was, David Fincher's Seven.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I have a list of this. I just cherry picked some. I'm going to go through them fast in case people get bored, but it is all kinds of genres. It is like, it's crazy. Go to this person's IMDb and you're going to be like, are you fucking kidding me?
Okay.
Okay, are you ready? Let me get the one that I included only for myself out of the way. She-Devil. Okay.
There's more than just you, I'm sure.
Now everybody else can listen. He did Home Alone 1 and 2.
All
Don't
right.
Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead.
Love that.
Sister Act 2. Braveheart. Mission Impossible. Twister. Flubber. Men in Black. Fallen. The Parent Trap. Zoolander. All of Sam Raimi's Spider-Man.
Okay. There's multiple.
Yeah.
A few of the Metal Gear Solid games. 1 Hour Photo. Dreamcatcher. Darkness Falls. Identity.
Yeah.
So is his only thing doing intros? That's it?
Yes.
Wow.
Across the Universe.
Okay.
Several Avengers films. Tropic Thunder. Orphan. The Walking Dead. American Horror Story. Feud. Death Stranding.
And one thing we always say, The Walking Dead and American Horror Story, amazing title sequences.
Yes.
Yeah.
Spawn.
Okay.
Mimic. The Cell. House of Wax.
Hey, Tarsem Singh.
Yes, you're right. Yeah. World War Z.
Okay.
Mother. Exclamation point.
Period. dot.
Question mark.
Yeah.
But yeah, and those are just some. It is really just go look it up. Kyle
All
Cooper.
right.
But in this iconic opening montage, we hear screams and get footage of snarling zombies and masked troops between the CDC director, played by Neville Edwards, answering questions. When asked if it's a virus, he answers plainly that they don't know. When asked if it's airborne, he says again that it's possible, but they don't know. Is it an international health hazard or a military concern? Both. Up until now, these have all been voices, but when asked if these people are alive or dead, we finally see the CDC director's defeated face as he answers, "We don't know." I can't imagine.
No.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine being given that answer.
I personally like the idea of not knowing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes it so much better.
And James Gunn said that he purposefully left the cause of the outbreak ambiguous because he felt like, and I feel like this is realistic as well, if this were to happen and everything were to break down in this way, you wouldn't know, oh, this started when this came to this and this person got sick. Like you wouldn't know. The reporters begin clamoring over each other at this point, but the sound of their panic is overtaken by Johnny Cash's "The Man Comes Around." It plays over a montage of images, news reports, cells and viruses, protests, fires, explosions, tanks, gunfire. This is all cut with zombies screaming and baring their bloody teeth.
Now, this all looks great. The music, everything fits great, but I was curious and I do want to ask. Some of this footage looks real.
Yes, it is.
And it does fit with the zombies, but it also makes it so much more scarier.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and this was from the zombie outbreak of 65. No, I'm just kidding.
Don't lie to our listeners, please.
No, but some of the footage is real. Obviously, not the zombie footage, but
Of 65.
of all the years. I just really pulled it out of my ass. But yeah, no, it is. There is real footage and fabricated footage. And it does make it scarier because it's not, oh, this is what it would look like. It's no, these are instances that actually fucking happen.
Yeah.
And I love the way they do news footage in this film. One of the things that always bothers me about films is whenever the news is filmed with the same camera that the fucking film is filmed with.
You do get really mad.
It irritates me because it's like, this isn't right at all. Yeah, they film in fucking 4K.
Right,
Like,
you're just watching a movie.
yeah, come on. What are we doing? But this, it fits with the footage. It's all grainy. The interspersed, the transitions between.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
But at the end of the montage, before it cuts to black, a news report that's been interspliced throughout comes to an end when a herd of zombies attacks a military man, his drawn gun useless. It finally cuts to black and the strumming guitar stops as Johnny Cash finishes. And I heard a voice in the midst of the four beasts. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse. And his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him.
So it's just perfect.
Yeah.
Even at my big age, this gives me like, that feeling of like, you know what I mean? Like just like excitement, like electricity. I don't know, something about his voice and the way that the montage cuts. It's just, I'm like this, I'm home. Like, I don't know how to explain it.
It's great. It's just, I think I stood up and I was clapping. I was like, bravo, bro. Like, it is. And you're right. Even after all these years, you still watch it. And it's like, man, I could watch that and then go fight a bear. I'm like, that's fine.
You're charged.
Yeah. I probably won't win, but I mean, I'm ready to do it.
You made me think whenever I was a kid and Mortal Kombat, the movie was over, and I would just like punch air, like kick air and stuff. But I will say, this is very good. And I don't think. Well, look, the music was very. And similarly here, the music is expertly applied.
Yeah, Mortal Kombat was great.
It was, and you're ready to fight. But 13
a bear or air,
or air, whichever,
whatever's available.
13-year-old me was not ready for this.
Yeah.
It honestly, at that age, scared the hell out of me. And even today, I mean, whenever you watch it and you see the systems failing us, when you see in front of the White House firing upon reporters and shit, like, it is so hard to watch, but it's also, you see these interspersed microscopic spreading of whatever this is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, so everything that you need for this, and I know that it's so funny because no time has passed at all, really. But watching this, it's like, oh, this is like 6 months into this now. But it's like, oh, this is within the span of the nap that Anna's taking.
Yeah.
The nap.
And then, I mean, it's so well done. I love it a lot.
It really is. And I feel like it's like almost silly, or like, I don't know, to use the word realistic in a zombie film. But I think that has always been the most interesting aspect of zombie stories to me, is the human aspect of it in relation to what is going on, in relation to makeshift societies, or, you know, what we are reduced to without these safety nets and without these precautionary systems that we think will always be there, but might not fucking always be there. That's really the most interesting part, and sometimes the scariest part, sometimes the most hopeful part, but a lot of times the scariest part. And so this really just is an illustration of just the worst fucking case scenario, where it's like, we've been in this, like you said, for hours at this point, and it's just breaking down.
Yeah.
And I will say, I do appreciate this approach more than that episode of The Walking Dead where they went to the CDC.
You know what? I don't want to. In my mind, that did not happen. That was like Glenn's dream or something.
It's like, what the hell?
It happened.
I did know. I did
watched
not.
that.
I did. I didn't like
He's
that.
like, so here's everything we have, strangers.
Let me take out any ambiguity here. Yeah, no. It's like, didn't like that. But Anna wakes up with her head resting on the airbag.
She's like, that was the coolest fucking dream I've ever had.
Johnny Cash is stuck in her head.
She's whistling it for the rest of the film.
Disoriented, she crawls out of the car and along the grass for just a moment before she hears a shotgun being loaded. She looks up to see one pointed in her face. Behind the gun, a police officer, Kenneth, played by Ving Rhames, leers down at her with a simple request. Say something. Defeated, Anna calmly breathes out, please. I don't know if, first of all, a little commotion for Ving Rhames.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if it is the formative time that I saw Pulp Fiction for the first time.
Yeah.
Or just his vibe, but he's always the coolest motherfucker in the room. Always.
Yeah.
And also maybe his
Arby's
closeness
commercials?
to yes. Yeah, because I hated him before that. I don't know if it's because I associate him, of course, with Pulp Fiction. That always on this part when he says say something, I expect her to say something.
Yeah, me too.
But that's not this. That's Pulp Fiction. But I did read that he was always their first and only choice to play Kenneth.
Okay.
And also Kenneth, I think, is maybe
Oh, it has to be
a reference.
Yeah.
And the character itself.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting, the ties to the original. But he does just always have this presence about him.
Yeah.
Very commanding, very authoritative. And you would follow him.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah. He's fucking Kojak, man. He's fucking Cobra Bubbles from Lilo and Stitch. Are you kidding? He's great, dude. That dude, I know him from here, but also from, like you said,
It's Marcellus Wallace.
Yeah.
He was in I Now Pronounce You, Chuck and Larry, Bring Out the Dead, Baby Boy, Jacob's Ladder. Like the dude, he does a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Jacob's Ladder is another one that I want to get into.
Yes. That would be an interesting
Yeah.
one.
Woo!
I did see an interview with him. I think it was in IGN where he was talking about his involvement with the project and how much he loved James Gunn's script.
Mm-hmm.
But it was when he saw Zack Snyder's commercial reel.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, he said that he could tell how good of a director he was and how able he was to tell a story. He said what he often does is he will look at a director's work by turning off the volume and seeing if there's a story behind what's being shown.
Okay.
And I guess you can do that very easily with a commercial reel.
Yeah?
And so it was enough to entice him to the project. But yeah, he was their first and only choice.
I love that because he fucking kills it.
Yeah.
But the please is enough for Kenneth, who keeps it moving. He pauses, though, and glances back at Anna, wordlessly giving her permission to follow before they head forward into the graffitied tunnel. The world is quiet until the explosion of gunfire rings out and Kenneth and Anna duck down. At the end of the tunnel stands Michael, played by Jake Weber, Luda, played by Ina Koropkina, and wielding the gun, Andre, played by Mekhi Phifer.
So again, faces that we know. Mekhi Phifer.
Mhm.
Yeah.
He did Honey. He was in 8 Mile.
He
I was
was.
going to
Yeah.
say, this is no movie. It's no Mekhi.
He was in Paid in Full, and I Still Know What You Did Last Summer.
Yeah, I was.
I was waiting.
And Jake Weber too. I was like, I know this motherfucker. I know I've seen you in other stuff. And it was because I remembered he was Gordon Ramsay.
In the cell, right? Yeah.
He also did Meet Joe Black, The Pelican Brief, and Too Deep. Like, he did other stuff, but it was from The Cell. I was like, oh,
Never
yeah.
forget.
Yeah,
Never
no.
forget.
Especially Gordon Ramsay.
Of course.
Come
Come
dude.
on.
They knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
I've never seen Ina Koropkina in anything else, but I did see her on a featurette talk about how she's always loved horror movies ever since she was a child, that she would watch American horror movies translated into Russian, and they would scare her so bad that she couldn't sleep, but she loved watching them.
Isn't that why we watch them?
Absolutely. Michael yells at Andre to drop the gun because Kenneth is a cop. Oh, yeah, he's wearing a cop uniform.
Yeah.
I got so distracted by how much I love being that I don't think I said that.
It's so odd to me. There's no warning. There's no call out. But then
No.
you learn what they've been through to get here.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah. Standing in front of his heavily pregnant wife, Luda, Andre finally lowers it. As Kenneth and Anna approach, Andre gives the quiet excuse that he thought they were one of them. Kenneth doesn't acknowledge this and continues to walk forward, but Michael advises him that he doesn't want to go that way. Anna asks, "What's that way?" But Michael just calls after Kenneth again, offering him the same advice and prompting Anna to ask again, "What's that way?" Michael just responds that it's pretty bad.
Look, here's the thing. After the morning that Anna had, do we even need to ask that question?
Yeah, on the cool.
God damn it, what is it?
It's like, what do you think? What have you faced today?
Well,
The traffic's like really bad.
It's a really busy Starbucks is what's going on. Like, Jesus Christ, it's zombies.
well, hopefully they're not that way yet.
Yeah.
Kenneth asks about Fort Pastor, but Andre says that the road is thick with them. He could maybe get there if he had wings. Kenneth asks how he knows this, and Andre replies that they just tried. He leads Luda away in a different direction, and Michael laments quietly, back when there were 8 of us. I feel like that gets lost a lot because this group is so quickly incorporated with each other that these are survivors of another group.
Yeah, because when I seen them and then they start talking, I'm like, here's our core group.
Yes.
Right here. And then you hear that line and it's like, oh yeah, y'all came from another group.
Yeah.
I think one thing that I think does get lost because of that is because there's never any kind of connection or camaraderie between Andre and Michael and Luda. Like, the fact that they came from the same group, you'd think there would be a little bit more of a connection.
Yeah.
The way that I just think that things moved so quickly that it wasn't a like, oh my God, we got to make sure our friends are okay and get out of here. It's just like we probably, just like Kenneth and Anna happened to run into each other, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, Lee and Kenny on the Walking Dead video game, they were best friends.
It
was pretty quick.
But it was a rough relationship. Depending on your...
how you,
I was gonna say the choices you make.
whether or not you threaten to fight an old man in a pharmacy.
That really affected him.
Yeah.
But before he follows Andre and Luda, Michael tells them that they're going to the mall. Kenneth just gives a flat shit before he and Anna follow the group up to a fence at the top of a grassy hill. Once they reach the top, the 5 stand in a row, looking across the parking lot on the other side of the fence at the Crossroads Mall. Inside the mall. Because this is another thing that I didn't realize we had all, I guess, been watching the unrated version only. So I was like, how are they in the fucking mall already? Because it's cut them breaking in.
Yeah.
And that zombie with the missing arm noticing them and running, it's like an iconic visual in my mind. And I didn't even realize that this version, it's just not there. Like it's just not there at all. But as I said, inside the mall, a toilet comes crashing through the Metropolis store window, and the group cautiously steps out of the store. Kenneth and Andre take lead, their guns drawn as they walk through the deserted space. Anna is next in line, her feet still bare, but brandishing a crowbar. And this is the crowbar that they break in with, but like with that scene missing, it's like, where the fuck did she get? Where'd you get a crowbar?
I brought it with me from home.
It was in the car. But the lights are all on and soft music still plays. When they make it to the fountain in the front of the mall, they take a break.
I just want to call out the irony of a lot of the music in this film, firstly, because it's "Don't Worry, Be Happy" that's playing right now, which is kind of, it's a little messed up, really. And on their way in, they pass a place called Woolie's Diner, and we all remember Woolie, the piece of shit from the original. So these small little homages. But I did want to talk about this mall period in general. I saw an interview with Andrew Nescaramni, he was the production designer, and he had talked about how they had researched malls all over the world for this film.
Okay.
Because they were trying to pick where they wanted to film it. It was either going to be in the United States, in the UK, in Japan even.
Wow.
Or New Zealand.
Okay.
And they found this mall in Canada, which is where they set up shop. But no pun intended. But it was Thornhill Square Mall, and it was slated for demolition.
Oh, wow.
And so before it was demolished, the production gained access to it and was able to film here. But what they did is they had 8 weeks only to turn this 45,000 square foot mall into what they needed for the film. And Nescaramni compared the ambiance of it to a bus station.
Damn.
And he said that they had to turn it into this upscale mall that people would probably shop at.
Yeah.
And so through the 8 weeks, they completely remodeled the entire space. They added a fountain that we see in this scene here. They fully designed 14 stores.
Damn.
Like inside and out, and you can see through them.
Yeah.
They're fully stocked and furnished.
I read that they're real furnished stores and not storefronts, which really adds to it.
Yeah.
Like, cause I know that they are filming in a real mall. And it feels that way.
And one thing is the coffee shop in this film becomes a place where there's a lot of hangouts, there's a lot of discussions.
Yeah.
Firstly, it's called Hallowed Grounds.
Which is amazing.
Which is amazing. They wanted, and in the screenplay, it was supposed to be a Starbucks.
Yeah.
And Starbucks was like, no, you're not doing that.
Yeah.
There are only 3 brands that allowed for the use of their name in this film. It was Nike, Panasonic, and Roots.
And Sorny.
Panaphonics.
And Sorny.
But it's just very interesting because all of these names, they had to come up with them.
Right.
And we'll see, just like Woolie's Diner, there's quite a few nods.
Yeah.
And quite a few punderful names, I would say. Like Hallowed Grounds is brilliant.
That's amazing.
But I just really think the work they did here is incredible.
Oh, yeah.
It really is, especially a bus station, an abandoned bus station. That's what it felt like.
That's what he said.
Like, that's incredible.
Yeah, you could have fooled me. I would have believed if you would have said, no, this is a functioning mall.
That they shut down.
Yeah, that we shut down for this. It's like, oh, okay, yeah.
But Andre coaxes Luda to sit and get off her feet. Michael tests the locked front doors, and Anna washes Lewis's blood off of her hands in the fountain. Kenneth loudly loads his gun as Michael returns to the group, ready to hand out orders to make sure that the place is safe. When he asks Kenneth to go in the other direction to check the area out, Kenneth gazes back at him coldly with no reply as he continues to load his weapon.
Now, if I could for a second, when she's washing her hands in the fountain, we get that shot from inside.
Yeah.
I wonder if that had anything to do with something that happens later, because we linger on her washing the blood off of her hands in there.
Okay.
So I always wondered that, and I didn't know if maybe one of you guys, because I know y'all do a lot of the background, if they talked about that at all.
On commentary, they talked about the shot kind of showing the wedding ring.
Okay.
And also kind of wanting to create a feeling of unease that, I don't know why they said this, but almost like a POV that a zombie could be under the water too. But I don't think we can see it. We can see through it.
I was going to say.
It's fine. It's fine.
We're right next to it.
Nowhere safe.
No.
But getting to the point, Michael realizes that it might be a good idea for Kenneth to just stay here and guard the front with his gun. It's like Kenneth was going to do what the fuck he was going to do anyway. But he suggests that he'll go with Andre to look around. Andre tells Luda that he'll be right back. And when she rises to her feet with an expression of worry, he calmly tells her to stay here. Michael heads over to Reflex Sports, where he finds the door unlocked and he pushes it open. He walks around the aisles quietly and with trepidation. Andre makes his way down to the security office, but finds the doors locked. When he sees another entrance down the hall, he makes sure that the doors are secure. But just when he breathes a sigh of relief, a man slams against the glass. He is turned, parts of his face ripped away and blood staining his skin and his shirt as he moans and taps weakly on the glass. Andre instinctively draws his gun but doesn't fire, remarking, "Shatterproof, asshole," before walking away.
Okay, so they had said on commentary that this was meant to kind of explain how the zombies don't just break in all the time.
Yeah.
Which is funny to me because they're like, maybe we should have said zombie proof. And I'm like, either one is bad.
It's not great.
Unless you built this mall, can you say?
Yeah.
I wouldn't, if I'm at the, I don't know what glass is. Oh, I know what glass is.
Well,
but I don't know. I couldn't say that.
I feel like it being right next to the security office, I would just think that.
I guess.
Honestly, if something happens, or if they're armed guards behind this or whatever, I would just be like, oh, that's probably.
I think the line is just funny.
It is funny.
I did see a deleted scene where multiple zombies come and start banging, and he like backs up and then runs away, and then he comes back later and they like barricade it. He comes back, I think, with Michael or somebody, and they barricade it. But it's like, okay. It being kind of like, I guess we don't really know. I think that it's kind of clear that they went and checked. They checked, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Now that we are seeing the zombie up close, though, pressing his face against the glass and everything, I did want to talk about the like 3 stages that Anderson mapped out for the zombies, the infected, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The first stage is basically the second that you come back. He says that it should look like somebody that could be sitting in an ER. The blood is fresh, it's red, it's wet, you know.
Mm-hmm.
The second stage would be about a week or 2 later, and the wounds are wet, but the skin is dry and mottled, and he wanted the artist to use a lot of blues and greens for this stage. And then the third stage, the final stage, which we see a lot later on, is skeletal. The skin is sloughing away. There's a lot of oily blacks. They used a lot of prosthetics to like protrude high points in the face to make the rest of it look sunken in. The work that they did is just, it's so fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
But in reflex sports, Michael comes across an abandoned mop laying on the ground. This isn't exactly a reassuring sight, and he grabs a nearby croquet mallet from a display. He hears strange noises nearby, and when he sees a door on the other side of the room, something is casting a shadow against the light on the other side. He cautiously approaches and opens the door, but is completely unprepared when he sees a man eating a dying man on the floor. The dying maintenance man, played by Mike Realba, can barely move and his intestines are exposed, but Michael is fresh meat when the maintenance man zombie, played by Darren Marsman, turns for him.
So just a couple things.
Mm-hmm.
One, I appreciated the privacy that they were
It was intimate.
trying to achieve. They're like, look, we don't need to be eating people out in the open. Secondly, did anybody else get reminded of Resident Evil?
Yes, that's what I was
video
going to say.
game?
Yes.
That scene was formative.
Yeah.
Scared the hell out of us.
Yes.
Only compounded by
Our Uncle Rob banging on the window next to me while it's the scene. The first little cutscene and the zombie slowly turns toward you, and me and T are already shitting our pants, and then our Uncle Rob bangs on the window, and it was done. Like I was like, it was a moment of trauma that I never.
No, it stays with you.
Yeah, it was a moment that always stuck.
But we did eat colorful pasta later.
We did eat colorful pasta, and I
go.
believe we watched Third Rock from the Sun.
We did.
I don't know how I remember this because I was probably like 8.
It was a very, very 90s evening. But I appreciated this because again, it's about to. There is no break.
Mm-hmm.
There is no lull.
No.
Shit is hitting the fan kind of constantly in this.
Yes.
film.
Mm-hmm.
But he comes at Michael aggressively, knocking him over in their struggle. At the fountain, they hear the commotion, and while everyone jumps to their feet, Kenneth silently instructs them to stay back as he heads toward the sports store with his gun. But while Anna and Luda wait nervously, Thrashing Zombie, played by Philip McKenzie, comes out of nowhere and heads straight for Luda. Just as he lowers his teeth to Luda's arm, Kenneth knocks him away with the butt of his rifle. But the zombie just goes after Kenneth now, tackling him into the fountain and causing Kenneth to cut his arm on the metal.
That hurts me every single time I see that.
The way that it's shot, I think it's trying to make you think more of what's going on than what is actually happening.
Yeah.
When we explain transmission a little bit later, because right now you're like, oh, well, he's in there with this thing.
Yeah.
He's got an open wound.
Yeah.
And I will say it took a couple extra seconds for Luda, I would say. It was pretty rough because he was like just making sure what was happening was actually happening.
Well, nobody was expecting it.
No.
But he's like, oh, wow. I should probably do something about that.
I guess. But a zombie is on top of Kenneth now, just as one is on top of Michael at Reflex Sports. Michael is able to grab the broken croquet mallet and use it to impale his attacker with the sharp end through the underside of his chin and through his head. The zombie stops attacking and Michael is able to throw him to the side. Very quickly, I looked up Darren Marsman, the maintenance man zombie that was just killed right here. He also did stunts for The Incredible Hulk, the Ed Norton one.
Oh, nice.
And Ready or Not.
Oh, wow.
Which I thought was really
Okay.
cool. But I wanted to credit him specifically. He's just listed in the stunts on IMDb. But I watched a featurette that talked about how they did a lot of these. And he is so good in this and so memorable. For the short screen time that he has. But I did find it very interesting that obviously they did not really impale him under his chin. But that was a life cast head. That entire head was fake. It's seamless.
Yeah.
It's incredibly convincing.
Yeah.
Is he the first zombie death in the film?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Because why aren't we crediting
I know.
him?
I know.
Yeah, that's
but
true.
It looks so good, and seeing the life cast with the piece of wood through it, it's like that's it. That's what we see in the movie, but I don't know how it seems to have so much life. The way that it's shot, I don't know, but none of that. It's completely just a fake life cast head.
I couldn't, you know what I mean? I was like, damn, that looks great.
It looks great.
I did think it was funny though when he came out and he hit him with the mallet and it just broke immediately.
Yeah. It's like, what did you think that was
not
going to
work.
But the life cast work, we're going to talk more about it later. It is so fucking realistic. It's just incredible.
I think what it is all the tension and the back and forth. You're not really looking for anything
Yeah.
artificial.
Yeah.
Things are just tough all over.
Yeah.
Tough all over. Everyone's struggling.
That's a Cheech and Chong movie.
Is it?
Yeah.
But at the fountain, Anna snatches up Kenneth's gun. Kenneth bashes the zombie's head against the side of the fountain, and when Anna raises the gun and fires, she hits the zombie in the shoulder, knocking him away from Kenneth and leaving him to splash in the water. The group reconvenes, Andre immediately running for Luda, who tugs at the sleeve of her shirt.
Interesting.
We're going to move on. Michael runs out of the sports store covered in blood, and they all run together down the hall to the elevator. Once the door closes, Kenneth breathes a sigh of relief, but Anna is concerned with his arm. After taking a look at the long slice the metal left, she tells him that she's going to need to suture it before asking if he's okay. Andre is consoling Luda in the corner of the elevator, but when it dings and the doors rattle open, he snaps into action, drawing his gun on the opening doors. There, standing in the newly opened doorway, are 3 security guards. CJ, played by Michael Kelly, Terry, played by Kevin Zegers, and Bart, played by Michael Berry.
So once again, when we see Michael Kelly,
Yeah.
I thought of when we watched House of Cards.
Yes.
And I'm like, why does he look so familiar?
Yeah.
It's this.
Because he is 2 different people.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Completely.
He's a fucking chameleon. But he is so talented.
Yeah.
He's such a good actor.
And he's such an asshole in this.
Yeah.
He is. And I'm glad you brought that up because when we were watching House of Cards, I was like, I know that guy.
Yeah.
I was like,
And
I know him.
Something that we've all watched so many times. The fact that you didn't immediately connect it just
Yeah.
shows how fucking he looks so different.
Michael Kelly also was in Kojak.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah. He was in Man on the Moon.
Andy Kaufman?
Yeah. He's also in Man of Steel. And he's in the new Transformers Rise of the Beast, I think that came out last year.
Okay, good
Yeah.
for him.
So
He's-
some hits, some
Yeah,
misses.
so, yeah. Well, I mean, he's doing stuff.
He's in stuff.
Yeah.
But CJ and Bart have their guns raised and point them immediately at Andre. Panting, CJ advises them to find somewhere else. Michael tries to rationalize that they just need a place to stay, but this just makes CJ turn the gun to him, questioning that maybe he didn't hear him. Michael tells him sincerely that there is no place else, but CJ doesn't care. He says that this is their place and they can't stay here. Bart says snidely that they already trashed Metropolis.
Man of Steel wasn't great, but it's, it's a pretty
But
rough.
And her not picking up the shotgun either hurt me a little bit, but I get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They already got the jump on us. It's like, look, I don't want, we just need help.
Yeah.
Were you kind of surprised to see mall security fully armed like this?
Yes.
Yeah. No, yeah.
But again, this is when, actually, I think I'm realizing that this was an off mic conversation, but a lot of the backlash of this reimagining, I guess, was that it didn't have the satire and the social commentary of the original, but maybe that kind of was from Snyder is like American gun culture, because why do they have?
I mean, that's
and maybe some people are going to be like, my mall, every guard has 5 guns. You know what I mean? That's not been my experience.
No, and
in malls that I've been to.
they didn't explore that in Paul Blart.
Yeah,
that was suspiciously absent.
Yeah, weird.
he just had that little thing he wrote around on.
Yes.
That was it.
We have those.
That could have worked here, dude. They need it.
Oh yeah.
But Andre tells them that his wife is pregnant and they're not running. And when the elevator doors try to close on their timer, he smacks them back open. Anna tries to point out Kenneth's arm, but Michael raises his voice, telling the guards that those things are down there. But CJ concedes that these are their problems, not his. Kenneth wonders if it would be their problem if he put his foot in their ass, but CJ swings the gun in his direction, reminding him that he's the one pointing it, not Kenneth. Finally speaking up, Terry tries to reason with CJ that Kenneth is a cop, but CJ only asks, so what? The doors try to close again, and again, Andre smacks them open.
I don't know why, but just the continuous closing and opening really added to the tension for me.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anna promises that they won't cause any trouble, and they just need to stay here for a while. Finally, CJ reconsiders, telling them to step out slowly and give Terry and Bart their weapons. This is immediately met with protest, Kenneth telling them not to do it, and Andre telling CJ that he must be out of his fucking mind. Looking at Kenneth and calling him Shaq, CJ invites him to take his ass to Quality Inn if it's still there.
That was a bit too far.
Yeah.
It was too far. Yeah, he should have gotten a knuckle sandwich just for that.
Yeah.
A knuckle sandwich. I don't
What's
know.
happening?
It's a family show.
Oh, good. You've heard it here first.
I've gotten too many emails.
We don't want to give people the wrong impression. No.
I will say, CJ, he comes off and demonstrates that he's kind of a piece of shit a lot.
Yeah.
But again, this situation, I get it.
Yeah.
Not the Shaq thing.
No,
the other
no.
stuff.
Not the Shaq thing. I think that it's I don't know if it's more the way he does things, because of course what he is saying and his want to keep he and the other guards safe, of course that's understandable, but it's the fact that he's like, not my fucking problem. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need to
it's your presentation.
Yes. Again, what do we always say? It's the way that you give the message, not always the message. But Kenneth considers his options and finally says nothing. Anna steps out of the elevator and Andre tells her not to give up the gun. But when Luda places a pleading hand on his shoulder, he reluctantly hands his over to Bart. CJ commends them on their smart move. We cut to the group watching a news report on the screens in an electronics store. It is pure mayhem and tragedy. Death and explosions. Violence. CJ interrupts the moment and tells them to move it along to a room where he's designated them to stay. They start to move in the indicated direction, but Luda stops to ask if she can use the bathroom. CJ tells her no, that they're all staying in here, but Andre asks him which spot he would like them to take a piss. Which, I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nicole, you want us to go hang out in this little room? Okay, wait, let me pee right here first.
Yeah.
Because I'm not pissing where we got to sleep and all that.
Yeah.
No, dude.
Well, so technically, this is my territory.
Yeah, there
Mark
you go.
the territory real quick. CJ finally relents and points them in the direction of the bathroom, but tries to tell Andre that he can't go with her. When, like, we've been surprised by zombies at least 3 times.
Yeah. Calm down, Doug. Let's not do that.
No.
Not Doug Stamper. He would never.
And I'm sorry, I understand. And this is where I'm saying where it does always seem to go a little too far with CJ.
Yeah.
Because if you're like, look, you can stay here, but we don't want you armed. Of course.
Yeah.
But you can't go with your wife to the bathroom in this zombie-infested mall?
It's like, CJ, let's zoom out. Get a little perspective. But Andre, of course, isn't having this, declaring that Luda isn't going anywhere by herself, and CJ is pissed off, but he allows it. In the designated area, the group watches on TVs as confused reporter, played by Dan Duran, interviews Sheriff Cahill, played by Tom Savini.
Yeah, it's fucking Sex Machine himself.
Yes, it is.
You love to see it.
Oh, yeah. Great dude. We hung out at Frightmare.
We met him at Frightmare.
Well, we took a picture together.
Did we?
I mean,
Y'all
I did pay
yes.
for it, but you know.
It's hanging out.
It counts as hanging
he
out.
shook my hand.
Yeah, it's evidence of it is the photo.
And he was really nice.
He was.
So we're besties, is the point.
Technically.
Yeah. The reporter tries to talk about how difficult it's been to kill them, but the sheriff interrupts, telling the viewers emphatically to shoot them in the head. That's how they go down permanently. Indicating the burn pile behind him, he says then they need to burn the bodies.
This felt so much like a nod, and I know we talked about it on episode 17 of
Jesus Christ.
yeah, the sheriff from Night of the Living Dead.
Yeah.
He's like, they're dead. They're all messed up.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like.
But suddenly, the sheriff alerts someone to put more rounds into a woman. We see her on the ground seizing, and Cahill identifies her as a twitcher, and Bart is very impressed by this. He repeats the term and calls Cahill one cool motherfucker, which it's true.
Yeah, but he's saying it like this isn't a scary situation.
Yeah.
No,
He's
I'm
like,
talking about
that's cool. It's
Tom
like,
Savini's a cool motherfucker.
no,
Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, no, it is a little odd how quickly Bart is like desensitized to what's happening.
Yeah, it's really only been like 24 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think, I mean, that could maybe be a comment on desensitization in the media.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, Snyder's not. He did a little.
A little. And probably James Gunn more.
That's actually really true. Anna speaks up that Kenneth's arm won't stop bleeding, so she's going to need to stitch it. CJ asks, "What are you, a fucking doctor?" Anna corrects him. "No, I'm a fucking nurse." I was like, "Yeah, you are."
Yeah, right. Suck my dick.
Oh, all right.
This is no longer a family show.
Well, CJ's being an asshole.
He is.
The family show was good while it lasted.
You got a good, 5 minutes?
Maybe.
Yeah.
After editing, it'll be like a minute and a half.
CJ tosses a huge key ring over to Bart, who catches it with both hands. He tells Bart absently that the first aid kit is in the security office as he gets sucked back into the TV. Sheriff Cahill admits that he knows some of the people that they're putting down. The reporter asks what he's going to do, and sliding on his sunglasses, Sheriff Cahill answers him coolly, "What needs to be done?" CJ is excited, asking, "See, what did I tell you?" But when he turns to Bart, Bart is already gone. I don't know what point he was trying to... I don't know. As Cahill yells on the screen for people to get the bodies off the truck, CJ pivots his attention to Kenneth instead, reasoning that America always sorts its shit out. Kenneth and Michael share a look. In the bathroom, Andre inspects a cut on Luda's arm. She looks up at him concerned, but Andre tells her she's lucky. They could have bitten it off.
Yeah, but we probably should say something.
We should probably tell somebody.
Yeah. There's a nurse.
Yes, there
Yeah.
is. It is funny to me that we are living in this world where nobody knows anything
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
any of this, but they still know to keep it a secret.
Yeah. Yeah, that is
It's
true.
like, it's probably fine, but don't fucking tell anybody about this. With Bart's silhouette against the glass on the other side of the door, Anna finds the first aid kit in the security office. Before she leaves, though, she stops to take a pair of shoes out of the lost and found. At the electronics store, the reporter is now interviewing the general, played by Scott H. Reiniger, who played Roger in the original,
Yeah.
which is
Hey,
really fucking
yeah.
cool.
Very cool.
The general advises the viewers to head to Fort Pastor. He assures everyone that they have search and rescue teams that will find them. Kenneth watches this with a glimmer of hope. He says wistfully that his brother is there waiting for him, but Michael doesn't look completely convinced. His eyes flit up to the TV as a woman whose eye has been pulled out is helped out of a vehicle.
So the FCC has gone down too, it seems.
Yeah.
Because that's why.
They're like, no, the people need to know.
This is how bad it gets.
Yeah.
I thought it was really interesting, and it's just a great use of the location they had.
Mm-hmm.
All of these Fort Pastor scenes were filmed in the mall's parking lot.
Very nice. Oh, yeah. Again, though, you have this big-ass space
Yeah.
that they're going to get rid of. Let's
Use
just
it.
use it.
In the security office, as she ties her new shoes onto her feet, Anna finally allows herself to break down. She cries for the loss of her husband and the loss of the world she knew, but it's short-lived when Bart bangs the door open and asks what the holdup is. Anna pulls herself together, grabs the first aid kit, and stomps out of the office.
Well, he says some stupid shit. He's like, what's the holdup, sweetheart? Or whatever.
Yes.
Like, get your motherfucking ass out of here, Bart.
I cannot fucking Bart.
I know it's his name, but it was just very funny to hear.
Dude, do you know the fucking morning I've had?
Yeah,
y'all have been safe in this mall. Well, I can only assume. Y'all have this place locked down. Y'all got guns. You're chilling.
Mm-hmm.
I watched my husband die.
Yeah.
I had to run over one of my neighbors. 2 people tried to get in my car.
Mm-hmm.
I wrecked. It's like, dude, give me 5 minutes.
And the fact that she is still splattered in blood, she's still
Yeah.
wearing the same clothes. She came there barefoot and like still does not get the fucking benefit of the doubt or any kind of sympathy, nothing.
Them, as soon as I heard nurse, I bet, let's get you cleaned up. Let's whatever,
Yes.
make sure, because we work together.
Yes.
You're going to help us.
And we're going to need to rebuild society. And you're...
Yeah, you're very important.
Yeah.
You're a nurse.
At the store, CJ is still seated in front of the wall of TVs. Michael squats down in front of him and tries to appeal to him, asking what the plan is. But the only plan CJ has is for Michael to drink a nice tall glass of shut the fuck up.
Come on.
Yeah.
Kenneth winces as Anna sews up the wound on his arm, but Michael isn't deterred.
Just very quickly, I heard a story on commentary about this sewing up of the arm.
Mm-hmm.
It was a prosthetic, and they brought in an actual nurse to do it on Ving Rhames.
Okay.
And so she's doing it, and then Zack Snyder wants a second take of it. And so he has her go deeper. But what he's saying is to go deeper into the prosthetic. She digs deep through the prosthetic
Oh, no.
and sews Ving Rhames' arm to the prosthetic.
Oh.
And so there's blood coming out of the fake wound, and Zack Snyder's like, "Oh, cool! I didn't know they could do that." But
They can't.
They can't.
He's like, no, I do that.
Yeah, that's me. That's a human process.
No.
But it was after that second take, Ving Rhames was like, "Well, I think that's the last take we're gonna do," and Zack Snyder's like, "Why?"
Yeah.
And he goes, and he tells them, and they're just like, "Oh my god," because he didn't react at all.
Yeah.
And so it was just one of those on-set mishaps.
Wow.
Jeez.
And I don't even think it ended up in the film, that one.
That would piss me off more
Oh,
than
yeah.
anything else.
Use it.
Yes, please.
But Michael asks CJ about locking them all down because sooner or later they're going to get in here. CJ sarcastically muses that he hadn't thought of that. But playing to his ego, Michael says that he's sure he's thought of that. He's sure CJ also thought of putting a sign on the roof in case the planes are still in the air. That would let them know they're alive. CJ glances over at Terry, seated on the couches by Andre and Luda before acting like a human for the first time since we've met him. Reluctantly, he suggests that they get some paint for the roof sign and maybe board up some weak spots with office doors. Speaking gently, Michael calls this a solid plan. CJ, is it? CJ confirms this, and Michael ends the conversation with an "all right, CJ," before getting up and walking away. Gentle parenting works.
Dude,
It just works.
He sure did.
he played him like a fiddle.
Yeah.
And it was great.
It was fantastic.
CJ stands up and clears his throat before addressing the room. He tells them that he's going to give everyone a job and he expects them all to do it. No half-assing. He suggests that they start with cleaning up the mess they made at Metropolis. We cut to them standing by the mall entrance. Bart calls out for them to take a look at the thrashing zombie still stuck in the fountain, who he identifies as Ben Cozine. Bart calls out to Ben, who of course doesn't answer, and when Terry comes over, he looks deeply disturbed. Using terminology he learned about 20 minutes ago, Bart says that Ben is a twitcher. CJ comes over quietly with his gun as Bart continues that the TV said they have to shoot them in the head. Terry says that the TV says a lot of things that aren't true, but the zombie is getting no sympathy from CJ, who says, fuck him, citing that he told him not to go downstairs. Ben Cozine continues to thrash and splash in the water, but he stops dead when CJ shoots him in the head. When he tells them to leave with him, Bart follows instructions, but Terry stays behind, staring in disbelief and horror at his old coworker's body, floating face down in the bloody fountain. The poor victim in reflex sports screeches and is quickly put down with 2 loud gunshots. On the roof, Michael and Anna finish painting a huge SOS sign in white and orange. Meanwhile, Terry and Bart toss a wrapped body off of the roof while CJ supervises, I guess.
Hey, but there's some kind of teamwork.
There is.
This helps build a little trust.
True. I will say they said on commentary whenever they were filming this, just on the other side of this mall was a church that was holding a funeral.
Oh.
And so they're having to scream about all these dead bodies while they're on the roof of this mall.
My God.
And all the actors are feeling so horrible, but they can't lose the day.
Yeah.
And so they were like, it was pretty awkward.
Yeah.
We're like, earmuffs, everybody.
It's terrible.
That's awful. Looking down at a group of zombies shambling towards the mall, Michael asks what they are. Anna asks why they're coming here. Kenneth proposes that maybe it's memory or instinct, or maybe they're coming for them.
It's a play on the...
Yeah.
I mean, it's all right.
Is that to the point?
But we won't talk about consumerism again.
No.
You fill in the blanks.
I hope you enjoyed that.
When gunshots echo in the distance, CJ uses his binoculars to look across the way at a gun store that's being swarmed with zombies. On the roof, Andy, played by Bruce Bone, holds up a sign. I'm Andy, alone. When Anna says there's someone on the roof, CJ reports back, his name is Andy. He's alone.
So he's observing. That's his job.
Yeah. Andre laments that Andy might as well be on the moon.
Did anyone else think about Man on the Moon by R.E.M., the song about Andy Kaufman?
Yes.
Okay.
I always think about Man on the Moon.
Constantly.
Well, that's concerning.
Is that why you don't listen to
Yeah.
It's just over.
Just stare off into space, no pun intended?
But I get it, though. We're not making it across.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
not getting to him.
No. And I will say this, for me, kind of introduces one of the coolest aspects of this film.
Yeah.
I love the camaraderie and relationship
Yes.
that comes from this.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But they watch with worry as Andy lowers his sign and looks up into the sky and points. When they turn to see what he's looking at, they see a helicopter whirring above them. The group is filled with hope, jumping to try to get the helicopter's attention, but the hopes are immediately dashed when the helicopter just keeps it moving. Disappointment casts its shadow over everyone's face, and when Luda buries hers in her husband's neck, he assures her that the pilot definitely saw them and will be back. Anna agrees that they're safe at the mall and they can just wait for the helicopter to come back. We pan out dramatically, showing the group on the roof with their signs, begging for help and promising that they are alive inside. We see a horde of zombies below, gathered at one of the entrances.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to come back.
They'll be back. They'll be back.
It's wishful thinking.
Yes.
I don't know why the shot, the size of the mall surprised me.
Yeah.
I didn't know if I don't know why I thought it might be taller to give them more space away from these zombies.
Uh-huh.
But then it's so expansive. It's like they literally could break in at any point.
Yeah.
I know you said it's shatterproof or whatever.
Well,
Yeah.
I feel like that was more of an assumption. I did want to say on the DVD extras, and you can even watch it on YouTube, there's a feature with Andy. It's his lost tape. He was keeping a video diary in the gun shop.
Okay.
And it takes you through the events of the film all the way up until the end of the film, basically. And it's sad and it's interesting. It's like a good little companion piece. It's only like 16 minutes. So watch it. It's good.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
Back inside, CJ leads the group into one of the stores. As they pile inside, he tells them that he doesn't want anyone wandering around and stealing stuff. He pulls down the gate and locks the group inside. I gotta say, I appreciate the commitment to your job, but I really think that stealing shit is the last thing I would be worried about.
To what end?
I mean, I guess we're trying to cling to some kind of normalcy, but it's like,
he's like, here
dude.
at Crossroads Mall, shrink is a real problem.
But where am I going? Even if I go take something from another store, I'm coming back to the store where my group is.
That's true.
So you're gonna see. I didn't steal it. We're using it.
Yeah, we just haven't paid for it yet.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's in our cart.
Yeah. There you go.
Just wait.
We're testing it, man.
Later, sitting with Bart and Terry in front of the screens, CJ watches as a news anchor alerts the viewers that they're going off air and switching to an emergency broadcast system. CJ combs his hair as Bart waxes poetic about a girl that works at Dairy Queen that was coming over to his house tonight, and he was going to tap that for sure. I remember me and T, when we were kids, would say that we felt like this dude was doing a Jason Mewes impression. And like 90% of his line delivery.
Yeah.
And I can't unsee it.
No.
Like even now.
In this moment specifically.
But Terry is appalled, reminding Bart that everyone is dead. His mother is dead. His brother is dead. Even the girl from Dairy Queen is dead. This renders Bart silent for a moment, but as he takes off his hat and settles into the pallet he's made on the floor, he concedes that sucks too.
I was just laughing at the contrast of what's on television and what's happening in the room.
Yeah.
Because the anchor is pouring his heart out. I don't know if you heard him. But he goes, it's been the honor of my life to report the news to you for the past 26 years. And he's like, I was supposed to get laid tonight.
I was going to get it in.
Well, this puts a damper on that, man. That's not going to happen.
He's like, man, it really puts it all in perspective.
Yeah. Your career's over. I was supposed to.
Yeah, I feel you.
You know,
man.
it's equal. It's all
It's
equal.
the same exact level of sadness.
Things are tough all over.
You might be getting an email for saying laid. I just want to let you know.
I don't know who would write it.
Because it's definitely not you sending the emails,
Well,
right?
I didn't mean to say it.
Well, they know that I'm really, really sorry.
Yeah, I hope they do. And that my position on the decorum forum isn't in jeopardy.
But on the TV, the televangelist, played by the Ken Foree, appears on the screen. Obviously, an icon and a legend, and of course, played Peter in the original.
Yeah.
This is, again, just another fucking treat. It is so cool. CJ watches stoically as the televangelist asks, how do you think your God will judge you? He tells us, well, friends, now we know. When there is no more room in hell, the dead will walk the earth.
Chef's kiss.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And him to be the one deliver.
Yeah.
It's just, it's perfect.
Yeah.
The lights of the mall go out on a timer. In Metropolis, the group lies quiet but awake.
I just wanted to call out the music in this film. I know that there's a lot of work on the soundtrack, but the score itself is really good too.
Yeah.
This pensive little track that we have here as we kind of press in on the store where everyone's sleeping.
Yeah.
The music in this film was done by Tyler Bates. And
Pearl?
Yes.
That's
Okay.
fucking wild. And X.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of other shit. But
Yeah,
we
it's done.
just did Pearl.
Yeah, we did.
That's weird.
Yeah.
The next morning, the timer triggers the lights to come back on. Bart wakes in a panic, jumping to his feet, loading his gun, and pointing it in front of him. CJ wakes up in front of the TVs and calling Bart a dumbass reminds him that it's just the timers. It's 8 a.m.
So I know Terry looks younger, so I'm assuming he's younger than Bart and CJ.
Yes, and I don't know if it's explicitly stated, but I also think that he's new.
Right. Because I always, like, watching it, it was just always like, okay, do you guys know each other or y'all whatever? But again, then watching it for the show, and it's like, oh, no, yeah, we know you're new, but you are being treated like a younger, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Kind of like, you guys are like, oh, hey, newbie, go do this or go. And I was like,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
You know what? Now that we're saying it out loud, I think they literally say that in a second.
Yeah.
But CJ tells Terry to turn them off. And when Terry reminds him that it's Bart's turn, Bart reminds him that he's the trainee. So
Yeah.
and shit rolls downhill. Terry gets up without any further fight and takes the keys from CJ. He laments that he wishes someone was working hallowed grounds. And when CJ asks how hard it really is to make a cup of coffee, Terry stomps away, informing him that he wanted a soy mocha latte with foam. Bart drops a slur, and at this point, I'm just waiting for him to get killed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly. Is it hollowed or hallowed?
Look, here's the thing.
I know the words. I know hollow.
Right.
It is HA. It's like Halloween, but people say
But
Halloween.
people do say Halloween.
Yeah.
And Halloween. I'm going to probably say it both ways, and I don't want anybody to come for me. I don't know.
Work.
We're very
Both
sensitive.
Yeah.
I feel like this is every episode.
Every week.
Please don't be fucking mean.
I don't know how many times we have to ask.
Bart starts to get dressed, and looking at the staticky screens in front of them, he asks CJ, "What's the news?" CJ replies simply, "Bad."
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
It's very simple, but sometimes lines like that, you're just like, oh, that's good.
Yeah, it's really good. Terry steps off the elevator and makes his way to hallowed grounds. But before he can get there, Anna calls out to him from the gated room. She tells him that the bathroom inside of the store is fake and it doesn't work. And I feel like we should have investigated this before we got locked down for the night.
Probably.
I hope they didn't try it.
Yeah, how do you know it's fake?
And it also stinks in here.
Yeah, right. We didn't do that. Yeah.
Those two things are unrelated.
I think one of the zombies must have.
Yeah, there's a dead zombie back there, man. Don't go look. Yeah, don't go.
Just blame everything on the zombies. And one of those zombies was like snoring all night, dude.
And
Nobody could sleep.
And he stole a lot of clothes.
Yeah. Just full of jewelry and a hat.
Yeah.
And
He's out of control.
yeah.
Terry pauses for a moment before saying that he'll tell CJ, but Anna quips back that she's telling him. We cut to Terry using the giant key ring to let Anna out of the store. And I guess that we see soon, he just lets everyone out.
It's like, well, might as well. I mean,
Yeah.
who else needs to use the restroom?
Yeah,
Oh,
everyone.
yeah.
Yeah. It's been all night.
True. In the bathroom, as Kenneth washes up, Andre vocalizes his assumptions that Kenneth is the type to go to church and all that kind of shit. I do want to point out, because he's cleaning up, I think, and I could be wrong, but I think this is the only time we see him out of his cop uniform.
Yeah.
Because everyone else changes clothes. He's like, I'm an officer of the law.
You know what though? He's got the bulletproof vest. He's got his belt. He's got all this stuff.
He's like, I'm good
gonna stay
and ready. But Kenneth confirms this, and Andre asks what he thinks then. Is this the end of times? He's worried if it is, then he's fucked because he's done a lot of bad things. But Kenneth understands. Andre saw hell yesterday, so now he's scared of going to hell for all the bad things he's done. He advises Andre to go into the stall behind them, say 5 Hail Marys, wipe his ass, and then he and God can call it even.
Was trying to have a moment, but okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ken.
I was like, damn, dude.
Appreciate it. Andre gives a humorless chuckle and takes a moment before asking Kenneth if he thinks that Andre believes that he deserves to be here. Kenneth does think that, but Andre tells him he's wrong. He doesn't feel that way, but he does feel like he's here for another reason. He feels like he's here to bring his baby on this earth and give it everything he never had. Kenneth stops scrubbing and locks eyes with Andre in the mirror. Andre says sincerely that he just wants the opportunity to change things.
I hear that, man, and I get it.
Yeah.
You need to tell the group that your wife is hurt. I understand, but
Yes.
we need to know what's going on.
Start there.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, and I get it. What's wrong with your wife's arm?
Yeah.
Why haven't we seen your wife's arm
Yeah,
lately?
where is
Since
your
yesterday.
wife? Yeah.
Yeah.
Lately. In the control room, Terry shuts off the music, but he stops on his way out of the room when he spots something on the security monitors. He stops to take a lingering look at Anna, who's finally changing out of her bloody pajamas, but his pervy little moment is ruined when something on another monitor catches his attention. I was like, Terry!
I was very surprised. This is like, that's Bart behavior.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, and there was a there is a deleted scene that I watched. I don't know if it takes place. I would think that it would take place around here. I don't know. But he's making coffee for himself and for Anna at Hallowed Grounds. And she's sitting there reading, and like he makes her a drink, and she's like, oh, actually, can I just like have a latte? And then he makes it for her. It's like kind of funny, but he's looking at her like kind of like, I don't know, like the pretty eyes, you know what I mean? So I'm like, was this supposed to be like he had a crush on her and then things move on? But I was very disappointed in him because he's like the sweet one, you know? Yeah. But on the monitor, a truck crashes into a sign as it drives frantically onto the property. Hot on its wheels is a group of sprinting zombies. CJ, Terry, and Bart watch from the roof as the truck swerves, shaking off clinging zombies as it makes its way through the parking lot. The rest of the group joins them, and Bart immediately points his gun at them. CJ demands to know who gave them permission to get out of the store, but Anna wants to know what they're going to do about the truck. CJ says they're not going to do anything, but Anna protests that there are people in the truck. When CJ asks how she knows they're not all turned, Anna cites her sources. For one thing, they're driving a truck. And when gunshots ring out below, she adds that in. And they're shooting guns. But CJ isn't trying to hear it. If they start letting people in here, they could let in the wrong ones. And then he's dead and he doesn't want to die. Anna asks for clarification on what he means, the wrong ones. I was also curious what the fuck that meant. And CJ puts it simply, nobody in here is sick, and he wants to keep it that way. Which, again, I get.
Yeah, I hate even saying that, but like, I know what you mean.
They're fighting for their fucking lives down there.
Yeah, and you're already looting stores and shit now. Gotta worry about. I feel like it's the thing of, again, if he just levels with them more like this, how could that not be understood?
Of course, I'm sure they all agree. Nobody wants to fucking get sick.
No.
Anna starts to disagree again, and CJ pulls his gun and points it directly in her face. And this is when I can't defend you anymore.
Too far, CJ.
Yeah.
He tells her that if she wants to argue, she can argue with this. And when Michael tries to calm the escalating situation, CJ implores him to shut the fuck up.
I don't know if you see Michael's reaction, but I've never seen a more "you got it, boss" in my entire life.
More than Ray.
They're in competition.
Not the
same. Anna boldly tells CJ to get the gun out of her face, but Terry interrupts, informing CJ that not letting these people in is just as good as killing them. CJ chalks it up to self-defense, but when Terry tells him that he doesn't want to kill anyone, CJ turns the gun toward him. He makes it clear that he has no problem killing Terry. He swings the gun around, making sure everyone gets it in their face for a second as he lets them know that he will kill each and every one of them to stay alive. You die in the game, you die in real life.
It's like, we already have enough going on.
Can't take anymore. When he settles the gun back on Anna, she yells at him to get it out of her face. CJ muses that Anna's got quite a mouth on her. And when Bart suggests that someone show her how to use it, the line has been reached for Michael, as it should be.
Mm-hmm.
He punches Bart and quickly gains control of his gun. It is so easy that I laughed out loud.
Well, he said some stupid shit.
Yes!
So you got what was coming to
Absolutely. You fucked around, you found out.
Yeah.
But Kenneth follows his lead immediately, subduing CJ with no effort and taking his gun as well. I feel like if they knew it was going to be that easy, they probably wouldn't have let him do all that.
Yeah.
When Michael and Kenneth point their new guns at CJ and Bart, Terry joins them, pointing his as well. When Kenneth asks if there's a holding cell, Terry tells them where to go. As he's led away by his collar, CJ tells Terry that he's going to get them all killed. Kenneth and Terry depart with the captives, but Michael stays behind. In the new silence on the rooftop, Andre tells Michael that he hopes he has a good plan. He takes Luda back inside before Michael follows, not looking like he has much of a plan at all. But I feel like Michael has really led the charge in turning the tides. I don't know why Andre had that attitude for him.
He played to CJ's shit earlier, got them to do more stuff.
Yes.
They're out. He's still there. You know what I mean? He helped get the gun away first.
Yeah.
What?
He's like, you better have, like, bitch, I've been the only one with a plan.
Yeah.
I'm why we have these signs saying SOS. That was me.
You're welcome.
Yes.
I know there's a deleted scene. I don't know if it's before this happens, whenever they first make it into that store where they're sleeping, but they talk about their dynamics, and Andre's like, why are we even listening to you? Are you like ex-military or something?
Okay, thank you.
And he explains that he, in the old world,
Yeah.
in the before time, he sold televisions at Best Buy.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if this is a connection to that, where they're like, you know, Andre's like, I have no faith in you.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Well, it is brought up again later. But again, I feel like, first of all, there's nothing wrong with fucking selling TVs at Best Buy. Okay.
No.
Secondly,
and it's
that
not,
is no indication on your leadership skills,
No.
on your
Yeah.
logical thinking. Like, that is really fucking rude.
Yeah.
Well, there's that scene. There's a little more to that.
Yeah, there is, because
There's a little more. They go back and forth with each other.
And Kenneth.
Yeah, he tells them, how do you like following a guy who sells TVs? He says, about as much as I like following a guy who steals them.
And
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, we've got to work together.
Can we
what
just
the
be
fuck?
friends?
He's like, we need to kill those security guards.
Yeah. It's like, dude, what the fuck?
So what are we doing? Why
Yeah.
are we fighting?
Right, we are the group.
Yes.
Yeah.
We should be sticking together.
they're like, no, fuck you. It's like, what? But the truck below is still circling the parking lot, which did kind of make me laugh because it's like, oh, yeah, this is still happening. But with the sign written in expo marker that states enter here, Luda and Anna flag them down. Michael and Andre wait behind the closed doors of the loading dock, but realize that they can't see anything through it. We do hear the beeping of the truck as it starts to back up, and while Michael wonders why they're doing that, we see why. As the truck backs up, it hits and runs over several zombies standing on the ramp. As their heads make contact with the back of the truck, blood sprays against it. As the truck hits the building, the walls shake for Michael and Andre. Michael bangs on the door, telling the new group where to go, but when they don't receive a response, he realizes that they need to go out there. Andre tells them to forget it because that's not part of the plan, but Michael alerts him to the change of plan. He tells Andre that they're going to open the door, but despite Andre's protests, Michael starts counting down. When he reaches 1, he slams his weight against the door, but it doesn't budge. Looking at him like he's an idiot, Andre flips the lock on the door open so that Michael can try again. That was embarrassing.
That was the funniest shit, because this is tense.
Yeah.
We're watching this, and then he throws it, and he goes, come on, man.
It's like, damn.
I remember it was whenever this movie was coming out.
Yeah.
And Mekhi Phifer was on like Conan or something, and this is the clip that they showed. And I was just like, dude, I was so scared of them opening the
Yeah.
door. But of course, it ends there on a joke. And I was like, because I couldn't handle it.
You're like, oh, thank God.
Yeah, thank you.
But they fling the door open and start shooting. Andre hits the nearest one with a headshot, and when Michael shoots the next one in the chest, Andre demands that he aim for the head. He's like, Michael, we were all in there.
He's a twitcher.
Yeah.
Michael does, and the zombie goes down. They're confused when they don't see the inhabitants of the truck, but Anna yells at them from above to go back inside. The group climbed on the top of the truck and is entering the mall through the roof.
I just want to mention very quickly, the branding on the truck is pretty much the exact same logo from the original Dawn of the Dead.
Very
I knew
nice.
it. That's
Oh,
so
yeah.
fucking cool. New arrivals Norma, played by Jane Eastwood, and Tucker, played by Boyd Banks, are both armed. Norma yells that there are 6 more people inside the truck, but before they can do anything else, Luda screams for Andre, who is about to be attacked. He manages to dodge the zombie and shoot him under his chin, spraying the white truck with red blood. I did want to talk about the way that they were able to accomplish this, because we see it a lot where a zombie is shot and then blood sprays whatever they're in front of.
Yeah.
They had a rig with a container full of blood bags attached to basically the actor or the stunt person's back. And there was a thing pointing out from the back of the head to spray outward.
Oh, wow.
And so if the zombie, the person playing the zombie, if their hand wasn't in the shot, they could have a remote themselves and know when they're going to throw their head back like they've been shot, hit the remote and it sprays backward. Or if, their full body is in view, somebody else holds the remote. But it was just remote controlled. It was a little blood pack on their back and it just sprayed out. And so when you're acting like that impact is happening, it looks extremely convincing.
Yeah.
And it's all practical. And they said that that's when it worked best, was when something was behind them so they could spray it with the blood. And it looks great every time.
It's always timed just so perfectly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Real quick, I wanted to talk about Jane Eastwood and a couple of the things she was in, because I remembered her. I was like, I know her face from somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So she was in My Big Fat Greek Wedding.
Okay.
From 2002. She was in Videodrome from 1983.
Hey.
And then in Chicago from 2002.
I fucking love Chicago.
And Boyd Banks, I remember him because I was like, oh man, dude, I was like, I know that guy's face. He was in Black Sheep from 96, Pontypool.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
The Tuxedo with Jackie Chan and Jason X.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, that I saved that one for you.
That was for you.
all right.
But the zombies start coming and they don't stop coming. And Andre is able to defend himself until his gun clicks empty. And Michael steps in, shooting the zombie, gunning for Andre in the head. His eyes widen when he sees that they just have no chance against this wave, and they retreat back into the mall, slamming the door just in time. Inside, a clearly very sick woman is wheeled in on a wheelbarrow, wearing a slip with blood running down the side of her mouth. Detached with lethargy is Bloated Woman, played by Hermes Blarasin. She groans weakly as they push her along.
Something very interesting about this actor, and it kind of connects to the producer of the film, Eric Newman. He was a production associate on Tommy Boy.
Okay.
Oh.
And I think he was a producer on Black Sheep, which maybe that's how...
Huh, Tucker.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. But the actor who's playing this woman, he was Chris Farley's stunt double on Tommy Boy.
Wow.
God damn. All right. Very nice.
Yeah.
That is so fucking cool. I watched on that featurette that they just simply at the time could not find a stunt woman with a large enough stature. So they hired him and just told Anderson, look, you got to make him look like a sick old lady, a sick older lady, And so he said that they tried so many makeups and it was just like, this is not going to work.
Yeah.
And he credits being able to pull it off at all with the performance that the stuntman gives and the wig.
Oh,
Because he said they put another wig on and the character was a mess. Then they found this kind of like sandy, lighter one and they were like, that's her. That's it.
they had said on commentary that after the shoot and everything was done, he went to thank Zack Snyder out of makeup for the experience. And Zack Snyder was like, who the fuck are you? He's like, we've been working together for weeks.
He's in the wheelbarrow, man.
That's hilarious. But if you see this guy, I wouldn't have fucking recognized him either.
No.
We do kind of lift the camera from her in the wheelbarrow, and we see that as they're walking behind them, there's a store called Galen Ross. And Galen Ross obviously played Francine in the original. And that's just, I mean, just a little nod. That's so funny.
Yeah.
They had said they tried to get all of the main cast to do a cameo, but she was busy.
Oh.
And they're like, we got to represent.
Yeah.
I love that. But we pan up and see the person holding Bloated Woman's hand because she does, that's her credit. Glenn, played by R.D. Reed, clutches onto her as he walks next to Monica, played by Kim Poirier, who is just grateful because she couldn't stay in that fucking truck anymore, according to her. Anna takes the lead, telling anyone injured to head to Metropolis so that she can look at them. But she stops and stands over the bloated woman in the wheelbarrow. She looks up at Glenn and asks him for a hand, but trying to catch his breath and taking a bottle of water, he asks for a moment to collect himself. She understands, pivoting her attention to Tucker and telling him to go wait for her so that she can look at his leg. Collected, Glenn comes over to take control of the wheelbarrow, and when the woman inside moans that her arm hurts, Anna assures her that it will be okay. Passing out water bottles from hollowed grounds, Michael assures everyone that they've got food and water and that help should be here soon. As he takes a bottle, Steve, played by Ty Burrell, responds with a sarcastic laugh. I'm sorry, Phil fucking Dunphy.
Yeah. Fantastic, this dude.
He's so fucking good in this. I hate him so much.
Yeah.
But he plays the part to perfection, and it's so funny how convincing he is as this character and how lovable and convincing he is as Phil. Like, he's a great actor, clearly.
Yeah. And and again, that show went on for so long. Modern Family ran from 2009 to 2020. I was
Jesus.
like, God
From
damn.
2009?
Yeah.
Really? God damn.
He was also in The Incredible Hulk.
Oh,
He
yeah.
did that. Yeah, he was in
Yeah.
Finding Dory. He did Black Hawk Down in 2001. Like, he is a really good actor.
He's great.
Yeah.
Versatile.
Yes. But he asks if the help is coming from the same jackasses who told them to go to St. Verbena. It's a church that Steve went to first because someone on the radio said it was safe. He was wrong. Michael turns to Norma, asking if that's where she picked him up. But Norma explains that she got a call on the CB from Glenn. He said that there were people in the chapel, and since she was in the neighborhood, she picked them up. Michael looks at her with admiration and tells her with sincerity, "Well done." Norma looks back up at him and thanks him, but Steve chimes in that when the two of them are done blowing each other, maybe Michael can explain what's going on. So thank you for just showing us exactly who you are.
Yeah.
Right off the bat.
So I don't know Zack Snyder's obsession with it, but he really wanted to fit as much Alamo references into this as he could. I don't know.
Alamo.
Yeah, because there's something with chess game that is played later, and it's like characters from the Alamo. Characters.
Oh, okay.
It's history. It's fucking history.
Characters from that
Yeah,
fictional story.
Yeah. But that's why he calls him Davy Crockett there.
Okay.
You know, I don't know if it's just being a kid in Texas, but I went through a stretch for months when I was obsessed with the Alamo. Like, I was obsessed with William Barrett Travis. And then I remember finally we took a trip and we went, and I was like,
That's
womp
it?
womp. Yeah. There was like a gift shop, and I was like, no, this is history. I was very upset. But
Well, we
Well.
took some cool pictures, though.
we did.
Ripley's was across the street.
Yeah, it is.
Ripley
It is.
right across the street.
Now that's
And
history.
I'm still obsessed with Ripley's. But Michael shrugs and offers that they haven't heard much since the TVs went down the night before. Before he can say anything else, Kenneth comes over, asking whose rig is outside. Norma says that it's hers, and when Kenneth asks to borrow it, she tells him that she's not using it and the keys are in the cab. I immediately really liked this lady.
Yeah.
Because I just feel like she just wants to do the right thing. She just wants to help.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what she said earlier, I think when she was like, look, I got a call, I came.
So I went,
Yeah,
yeah.
so I went. And I thought the same thing before Steve said his stupid shit. I was like, you did good.
Absolutely.
That's what, and to talk shit, Steve, but you're here because she brought you here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so,
Seriously.
Yeah.
You should just shut the fuck up. Drink your bottle of shut the fuck up. Michael cautions Kenneth that truck isn't making it to Fort Pastor. Steve pipes up to forget the truck because Fort Pastor's Bloodbath City. Kenneth asks how he knows that, and Norma answers, "We just came from there." He asks if everyone there is dead, and Steve quips, "Well, dead-ish." Kenneth turns to him and asks again emphatically, "Is everyone there dead?" Smartass Steve responds with, "In the sense that they fell down, then got up and started eating each other." Which I'm like, if somebody's like, "Is everyone there dead?" Yeah, well, deadish. Is everyone there dead?
Yeah.
Doesn't that tell you that there is someone for him there?
Well, but when you're an asshole, I guess it doesn't.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
doesn't
I
matter.
guess-
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You got to get one in where you can.
I got one more joke, guys.
Yeah. No, wait. Don't cry yet. Don't cry yet.
Right, nobody's punched me yet.
It's like, this is a new record for me. But Kenneth snatches up his gear, saying that he's got to see for himself. Michael warns him that he's not going to make it, but Kenneth insists on taking his chances. He marches away, but Michael follows him, and when he tells him not to be an idiot, Kenneth turns back. Michael implores him that there are people here that need him. After a moment of tension, looking straight into Michael's eyes, Kenneth replies with, "Fuck y'all," before walking away. Sipping his water, Steve muses that it's nice to see they've all bonded during this disaster.
That's good.
It's funny, but also shut the fuck up.
Yeah. We're going through a lot.
Yeah.
Don't need that. I know I mentioned it at the intro of this episode. This is the scene when I really noticed that the color and saturation in a lot of scenes is really bad.
Yeah.
Like, it's so green. I understand green, decay, etc.
Yeah.
Trying to forward this feeling of grime through the zombie apocalypse.
Yeah.
But when your blonde actors have green hair,
Yeah.
you've gone too far.
Yeah.
I have always noticed that, and I guess when we did it for the show, I was like, man, that you can really tell.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
can tell the difference when the scene changes, and then it's like, why does it look that way? Okay.
All right.
But it does, though. You can tell.
I am going to ask you, T, to give this scene a break because there are scenes that look much worse than this one.
This is when I noticed.
Yeah.
It got worse.
Kenneth heads out onto the roof and takes a look around, spotting Andy standing on his own roof. Andy holds up a sign, and when Kenneth pulls binoculars out of his bag, he reads the message. Info? Andy raises his own binoculars to his eyes as Kenneth snatches up the marker and whiteboard that Anna and Luda used to write their sign for the truck. His response, Fort Pastor gone, no help coming. Andy slowly lowers his binoculars and jots down a reply. So what's the bad news? Kenneth can't help but chuckle slightly.
Great moment.
Mm-hmm.
I think Kenneth laughs more because he didn't hear the similar joke told earlier. But I like it better here,
Yeah.
and I appreciate it.
Same thing. For me, this feels very human.
Yes.
Yes.
This feels very natural because we all do that. You hear the bad and it's like, well, what's the bad news?
You got it, yeah.
You got to roll with the punches. And I, too, very much enjoy this.
And for someone that we really don't ever hear their voice, really,
Yeah.
we get a lot of character from Andy from this moment.
Yeah.
Yes. In Metropolis, new arrival Nicole, played by Lindy Booth, tends to the wounded hand of her father, Frank, played by Matt Frewer.
So Matt Frewer, I remember him because he's in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Really?
Yeah, he's the neighbor. He was also in Pixels, and he was in Monty Python's The Meaning of Life,
Okay.
and he was in Watchmen.
He was. I recognized him because he played Moloch.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. Terry sidles up and asks if they need anything. Frank insists that they're fine and not to worry about them, but Nicole spills the beans that he's got a bite on his hand. Terry just shuffles away without another word, and Nicole gives a small smile as she looks after him. So it's like, okay, I see what y'all are doing.
Yeah.
Anna is tending to the bloated woman, and when she presses a hand to her forehead, she notes that she feels cold. The woman winces at her gentle touch and wheezes as she sucks in air. Terry asks, "That's good, right?" But Anna just says that she doesn't know. It's weird. She's never seen an infection like this that didn't come with a fever. Terry reports that Frank's arm looks really bad and she should probably go check it out. So Anna does, immediately heading in that direction and tasking Terry with standing by the woman's side. She goes over to Frank and checks out his hand, which is bloody and clearly wounded, but he assures her that he's fine, that it doesn't even hurt, and that Tucker needs more help with his cut ankle than he does with his hand. Tucker shifts impatiently in his seat, but Anna insists on cleaning Frank's hand first. She's like, yeah, Tucker does need help right now. The bloated woman groans and wheezes loudly, prompting Terry to ask if she's okay and offer her water. But the wheezing grows louder as the woman tries to take in air frantically, but she stops abruptly, her eyes rolling up to whites. Terry calls Anna over, and after lowering her head to the woman's face and checking the pulse in her neck, Anna sadly drapes the blanket over the woman. She asks Nicole, Frank, or Tucker if anyone knew her name. Their silence is enough of a reply, and when Tucker says quietly, "Died without a name?" Damn.
Yeah.
I mean, it's rough.
Yeah.
He removes his hat in respect. I feel like the damn was
Yeah.
that was a lot.
It's bad.
Because it's
Yeah,
really
it
fucking
is.
sad.
They had said on commentary that the actor playing the old woman, the eyes rolling back, That was all him.
Oh shit.
Damn.
And he held it that whole time.
Oh my God.
Ah. Is he a zombie?
I don't know.
Anna asks if they want to move into another room, but just as she makes this offer, the bloated woman sits up like the Undertaker behind her, still draped in the blanket. Everyone turns to look as the blanket falls away, revealing the woman's murky green eye staring back at them. Terry runs away, and Tucker starts to get to his feet as the woman scans the room before settling on Anna and screeching. I was like, what is this on-site beef? 'Cause
Yeah.
she came right for her.
Right. I tried to help you,
She
man.
did. Anna runs, trying to throw obstacles in the woman's way, but she gets her hands on a fire poker and the woman runs right into it. Eye first. The bloated woman finally falls still once again as she collapses to the ground, the poker sticking straight out of her eye and a pool of blood spreading behind her head.
I know everything happens very quickly, but nobody attempts to help Anna at all.
At all.
Yeah.
No, they scattered like roaches. Later, at hallowed grounds, Anna reports to Kenneth, Andre, Terry, and Michael that she thinks it's the bites that do it. This prompts Andre to look up at her. Anna says that Frank told her the woman had been walking alone when they picked her up 5 hours ago. It's the bites that killed her and the bites that brought her back. Andre asks how she knows, and Anna says that she saw it. She felt her pulse. The woman was dead. And yesterday, she saw the same thing happen to someone else. She reasons that that's why it spread so fast. Ever pragmatic, Michael asks who else in the group has been bitten then. Anna says that Frank has for sure, and when asked about Tucker, she says no. He told her that he fell right onto a zombie's teeth. No, I'm just kidding. He just fell. Andre departs from the group without a word as they continue their conversation.
My thing was he clearly had some kind of reaction.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then this, I need to go return some videotapes. Reaction. Nobody asks anything.
No.
I haven't seen Luda in a while.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
that.
Yeah. They decide that Frank needs to be quarantined, but Michael asks, and then what? Anna admits that she doesn't know, but Michael continues that it's too dangerous to keep him around. Anna looks at the men, asking what exactly they're talking about here. Are they talking about killing him? Michael asks if she'd rather wait for him to die and then try to kill them. Anna's voice raises as she starts to panic, telling Michael that he can't kill Frank. He's got a daughter. But resigned, Michael says that he doesn't see any other choice, and he picks up his gun. I know that he's being pragmatic, but the fact that he's like, well, I gotta go do this right now.
Well, I mean, again, as much as I hate to agree with CJ, they're sick. We're not.
Yeah.
Like we've got to do something.
It's just hard.
It is.
He starts to walk away, and when Anna looks to Kenneth for backup, he only tells her quietly that Michael is right. She chases Michael, reasoning that she might be wrong, but Michael reminds her that she has seen this before, and she's like, fuck.
Yeah, you told us.
I did say that.
Do you ever tell someone something that happened and it makes them angrier than you expected? And you're like, oh, no. That was me.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Right, I was just fooling.
God damn it.
But it is true.
It is.
Yeah.
Anna runs ahead into Metropolis and warns Frank and Nicole that Michael is coming to shoot him. But the way she says it is like, Michael's coming to shoot you.
Yeah.
But Frank's like, LOL, what? He just laughs it off, but he's probably like, who's Michael?
Yeah, right. Who the fuck's
I
that?
don't even know who that is.
He does. He chuckles. He's like, what's that about clown business? He asks what she's talking about. But as Michael, Kenneth, and Terry come into the room, she tells him the truth. He's infected and he's going to become one of them. Frank asks Michael if it's true that he was coming to kill him, and Michael answers him indirectly. He's been bitten and it's only a matter of time. Nicole panics immediately, begging them to leave her dad alone. She pleads with them that they can't do this. Frank wraps his arms around his daughter, telling them that they have to understand. She's lost everyone, her mom and both of her brothers. His eyes filling with tears, he says that he's all she's got. Anna turns to Michael with simmering vitriol. She tells him, "Go ahead, kill Frank." And noticing Tucker sitting on the nearby chair, she adds, "Hey, kill Tucker too." Tucker's like, "Hold on."
I did this to myself.
I bit my own leg.
Yeah.
He reasons that he was never bitten, but Anna sarcastically says that they can't be too sure. She tells Michael again to do it.
I get the point she's making, but she can't do that, dude.
Yeah, that's
not fair.
Yeah, don't do that.
Tucker's like, "Why'd you say fuck me though?" Frank asks if she's sure that it's the bite, and Anna tries to tell him no, but Michael tells him the truth. She is sure. Anna shoots him a look, and he tells her quietly that he's sorry.
I get it. And that, like, you don't want to hear that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, again, in this moment, hearing that, he understands.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm just going to put my daughter in danger along with everybody else. And even if you're not thinking about anybody, at least that, I can't chance me turning and hurting my kid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd be like, can't I just like hang out and like we just see what the vibes are? Like, when I do die, just like wait. Andre makes it to Carousel, the baby store where he and Luda have set up. Inside, he finds Luda wearing a pretty pink flowery dress, looking lovingly at onesies. He clicks his tongue, wrestling with himself. And when she turns to look at him, she looks worn down because we have not seen her in a while.
Mm-hmm.
He asks to see her arm, and she presents it to him, admitting that it hurts. He tells her that it already looks like it's healing. Luda switches the subject, telling Andre that she can't have the baby here. But Andre disagrees. People have been having babies on their own without hospitals for millions of years. Luda places her husband's hands on her belly so he can feel the baby moving. She tells him that she wants a Russian name, but he lovingly tells her to not start that again. He wants an African name.
That's adorable.
It's very cute. The two hug, and as Andre holds his pregnant wife tight, his face is etched in worry. We match cut to Metropolis, where a sobbing Nicole clings to her father. He kisses her lovingly on the head before she leaves in tears. Kenneth has been standing to the side with his shotgun, and once Nicole leaves, he enters Metropolis and closes the gate behind him. He stands, waiting and ready, as Frank looks back at him with sorrow. In the security office, Terry watches on the monitors. In the cell behind him, CJ and Bart ask him to open the door, but he quietly tells them to shut up. I was like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
He watches on the monitor as Nicole runs into a store and hides behind a counter, covering her ears as she sobs. What is he, fucking Joe Goldberg? He's like, now I love you.
Yeah.
Frank, weak and pale, quietly tells Kenneth, "You want every single second." Kenneth nods in understanding as Frank takes his last breath. His head slumps back against the wall behind him, his eyes staring eternally at nothing. Kenneth readies his shotgun. That line is so fucking sad.
Mm-hmm.
But Michael joins Anna, sitting alone in the bookstore. She tells Michael that she's glad he didn't do it, but the resulting silence is broken with a piercing screech. The blast of a shotgun gives a swift reply. Anna and Michael jump at the loud but inevitable sound, and it cuts to black.
More like Max Headshot, am I right? he played Max Headroom. The thing is, this is very sad.
It is.
Thank you, Tim.
It's necessary.
It is.
It is. And it proves again, it's true. Her theory is true.
Yeah.
But what follows is a montage set to Richard Cheese's cover of Disturbed's Down with the Sickness.
The superior version.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We'll talk later.
I agree.
I heard on commentary, Zack Snyder, it was all his idea.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody told him not to do it.
Really?
Why?
This is one of the more iconic moments of this film.
Yeah. I agree. They said it would take people out of the film. It wouldn't work in the moment, but I think it works perfectly.
I feel like not only is it entertaining, but it shows time is passing.
Yeah.
These people are making this, pretty much their home. They're getting by, they're utilizing the different stores in this place.
Yeah.
I feel like it really, it does what it needs to do. And it's fucking entertaining.
Yeah. I think their problem was just simply with the song choice.
Really?
Yeah, but I think that it continues the irony of all the music that we've been hearing.
Yes.
So it works. I like it a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
For me, and again, I know there's thousands upon millions of movies, but I will always remember this montage and this. Period.
Yeah.
I know we cover a lot of things and we do watch movies recreationally. Just, this movie, again, this montage for me is very hard to beat.
Mm-hmm.
Very hard to beat. There is a lot going on in this tiny time that we get it, but I disagree with whoever told him not to do this. Because again, just like you said, the music fits. What's happening, it fits with what they're doing. And as it ramps up, they ramp up and it's going. It is the passage of time. Everything is perfect. For me, this is a chef's kiss fucking montage.
Yeah.
I enjoy I want every last second.
I knew.
We join Kenneth and Andy on their respective roofs, using makeshift sets and their whiteboards to play a game of chess. When Andy checkmates Kenneth, Kenneth looks over at him annoyed before writing on his whiteboard that they need a new game. As he holds up the sign for Andy, we see that the entire mall parking lot is overrun with zombies. Nicole decorates the walls of the stairwell with spray paint. Monica struts around in lingerie with the tag still attached. Glenn models heels in the shoe store. Terry and Nicole cuddle on the roof, giggling and using a telescope to look at the stars. Michael and Kenneth play basketball with equipment from Reflex. Anna giggles at movies with Michael. Kenneth lifts weights. Steve and Monica have sex as Steve records them with cameras in the tech store. CJ and Bart play poker, still isolated in their cell. Tucker happily rides a bike around the mall as Steve hits golf balls down onto the zombies' heads below. The montage ends with Nicole covering our view with black spray paint as the song concludes.
I forgot about the security guards.
Yeah.
Everyone's living their best life and they're like, you got any threes? It's like, oh yeah, you guys, I forgot.
Wow.
They were acting up.
They
They were fucking acting up.
They've earned it.
But it's I feel like this film does such a good job because I don't want to give anything away, but one of those guys is real important. So we're literally putting them to the side for a pretty big chunk of this movie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
True.
You kind of don't see what's coming.
Mm-hmm.
And it does such a good job of entertaining you and moving so quickly that when you see them again, you are like, oh shit.
Yeah, that's right.
You guys are still in timeout, dude. Like, damn. On the roof, a group watches as Kenneth and Andy play their new game. When Andy is able to take a zombie that looks suspiciously like Jay Leno out with the headshot, Steve is impressed. Scanning the crowd below with binoculars, he tells Kenneth to instruct Andy to take out the one that looks like Burt Reynolds. Wiping the words Jay Leno off of the whiteboard, Kenneth chuckles as he follows instruction. Andy uses binoculars to read the new sign, Burt Reynolds. Using his rifle, Andy takes the zombie out immediately. Even Anna looks impressed, and Tucker acknowledges Andy's talent because that zombie barely even looked like Burt Reynolds.
When I was a kid and we watched this, I thought, obviously not the people playing them.
I did too.
Yeah.
But I thought that these celebrities had wandered to...
Yes, I did too.
I guess this mall in Wisconsin.
It's like, what the fuck
Yeah.
is going on?
Jay Leno and Burt Reynolds?
That's weird.
Was
What are
he
the odds?
interviewing him? When
But that's another way they did the headshots is demonstrated with Burt Reynolds. They would just put a squib under the Burt Reynolds wig or whatever wig they were wearing. But it got to the point where they needed bigger stuff for what comes later.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't have something that big next to somebody's fucking skull.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about how they did that later.
You just saying that alone, I was worried. I was like, they did that?
Yeah, that's literally what it was. It's so funny because in that featurette, the stuntman that plays the Burt Reynolds lookalike is just sitting there. They put the squib under the wig and he's just sitting there for the test and it explodes and it looks like the top of his head comes off and he's just fucking sitting there like unfazed. It's hilarious. But Andy looks expectantly at the group across the street and Steve tells Kenneth, Rosie O'Donnell. Kenneth laughs and nods, but Tucker says that that's too easy for Andy. He wants to give him something harder. So I don't know if the game is the shooting or if it's a combination of can you find the celebrity?
I think that's
It's
what
a
it
guess
is.
who?
Yeah.
Like, that's really funny.
Where's Waldo?
Yeah. Taking this all in, Anna reasons jokingly that they must have had rough childhoods, but Steve tells her that she has his permission, if he ever turns into one of those things, blow his fucking head off. With a nod and a smile, Anna tells him that he can count on that. Yeah, you know? Outside of hallowed grounds, Anna watches and laughs as Norma goes at Monica's back with the back scratcher. She's really entertained by this. When she sees Andre behind the counter, she asks him how Luda's doing. Andre says that she's fine and quickly changes the subject, asking where the lemon stuff is. Monica tells him it's gone because Steve likes it in his booze, but she suggests the vanilla, and Andre takes it and starts to leave. Anna calls after him that she would like to come by and check on Luda to make sure she's doing okay, but Andre tells her no thanks, she's fine. It would be very concerning that you have a nurse here and you wouldn't want to be checked out, reassured.
Yeah. I'm also a little upset about the lemon stuff.
Yeah, that's
because
us.
like we're all living together and you just drank the last without telling anyone or
It's
asking anyone.
Steve,
Yeah.
But
are
that
we
is-
Yeah, no
surprised?
shit.
So this is mine. That's fair.
Norma asks if he's sure that Luda's fine, and he snaps at her that he is as he continues to leave, not even breaking his stride.
I'd be like, okay,
That's
you're
weird.
you're hiding something.
But everyone's like, so you were scratching her back or something?
Do it again, do it again.
She loved it. It's like, can we talk for a second about this?
But Norma's like, it's okay, we understand, but the women share a look. On the roof, Kenneth holds up a sign, "See you later, good shooting." Andy lowers his binoculars to salute Kenneth, and with a smile, Kenneth salutes back. I love this friendship.
Yeah. You know what? Honestly, I forgot to mention this. I wrote it down in my notes, but him leaving after hearing the news of Fort Pastor, he goes right onto the roof and talks to Andy.
Yeah.
And so it's like losing a brother and gaining a brother in the same scene.
Yeah. And like you said earlier, we get so much from just these interactions without words.
Yeah.
Yes. But outside of hallowed grounds, the group sit together, minus Andre and Luda, and of course, CJ and Bart. Michael rattles off the jobs he's had: stationery store, driving a snowplow, fixing copiers. Steve tells him sarcastically that it's a shame the end of the world is holding him back. And everyone laughs, including Michael. But again, with the deleted scene, it's like, God, lay the fuck off, dude. There's no shame in any of these jobs.
No.
Like, you're being a dick. Everybody's like, ha!
Yeah.
It's weird.
Michael's like, I'm your king, you know. To the brig with Steve.
It's like, I've already done it twice. Anna asks him what's the worst job he's had, and Michael admits that the job he was worst at was being a husband. Monica reasons that that's not a job, but Tucker's like, yes, it is. Monica thinks that they just haven't met the right girl, but Michael says he's tried it 3 times and gotten pink slips all 3 times. Anna asks what he was best at, and after a pregnant pause, Michael tells her sadly, being a dad. He was the best at that. It's like, fuck.
Yeah. It's hard.
It's sad.
I think that this is where I appreciate and also feel a little like, with the film. Because we get these moments of development for certain characters. I don't know anything about Monica. I don't know anything about Norma. I don't know anything about Steve except he's a dick.
And he likes to fuck.
All right.
And he likes lemon stuff.
I thought we would lead with the lemon stuff because he drank all of it.
No, you had it right.
All right. Here's the thing.
Well, I mean, I totally get that, and I don't disagree, but I think they do a good job where they lack in like full characterization, getting their vibe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Or even actions, things that they do.
Yeah.
Like even just little things, something that happens later too. It was like, damn, that was your character.
Yeah, all right.
Plus, Michael's their king. We
Yeah, right.
we need to know more.
We need more. Yeah.
Right, he's sure. Right,
But a blanket of somberness is draped over the group, but it's short-lived. All the lights shut off, and they jump to their feet in the darkness, cocking their guns. Kenneth tells everyone to calm down, and when Nora asks nervously if they've made it inside, the ever-pragmatic Michael asks if there are generators.
I'm sorry, but I understand the fear, but to think that the zombies would immediately be like, lights out, or like chewing the wires or something, that's a little extreme.
Yeah, it is. But
Eat your PFK and calm down.
It did say PFK.
Kentucky.
Fried.
That's still right, I guess.
Why was it mental gymnastics?
Because I thought they switched everything.
Man. But back at Carousel, Andre turns on a battery-operated light to illuminate Luda, who is in the throes of labor. Her hands and feet tied down, she screams, her hair flat against her sweaty face. Andre shushes her, promising her that it's okay, but Luda continues to writhe as we get a better look at her and her restraints. Blue veins stand out against her pallid skin, and the wound on her arm is clearly the culprit. When Luda screams again, Andre pleads with her to be quiet. He assures her that everything is going to be all right because their baby is on the way. I did see that Anderson talked about very gradually and subtly doing Luda's makeup from the bite on.
Okay.
So every time you see her, which we don't see her a lot, but she does look a little worse. And then here, she looks really bad.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of stuff going on in the film and a lot of really good performances, but she does not get enough credit.
No.
Yeah.
Because
No.
she's fantastic in this.
This
Yeah.
is, yes. In the stairwell, CJ and Bart lead Michael to a door. CJ tells him that the generators are kept there, gated in the employee parking garage. They start to walk away, but Michael tells them that they're coming with him. CJ points out that technically he promised to tell Michael where the generators were. He didn't promise to show him. This is wild. Like,
Yeah.
This is the first time you've been let out, and I don't even fucking know how long. And this is how you act? But Michael asks if they really thought he was just going to leave them. Either they come with him to the generator or they go back to the cell. After a moment and a look between them, CJ agrees, but tells Michael that he's not going anywhere without a gun. Michael breaks the glass of the emergency axe on the wall and tosses it to CJ, telling him, "Have at it, cowboy." CJ calls Michael an asshole, but instructs Bart to take the chains off the door.
I just want to say at this moment with everyone who's in the stairwell right now, Michael, what the fuck are you doing?
What, as far as backup and...
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I'm sorry, dude, you've locked these people up as prisoners for I don't even know how long. It was enough for a montage and a lot of deaths.
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking like you've handed him an axe and you're turning your back to him.
Dude, that is really
yeah, no,
bold.
human shield. You guys go first. We'll follow behind.
Yeah.
And that's
yeah.
also fair too. You're leading the way. You're telling me where it is.
Yeah, it's like, no, go. You show us. We'll follow.
Literally, all you got to do is chop Michael's head off and then
And-
go
No,
back,
yeah.
go back in the mall.
I think the zombies got him, man. Anyway, I'm king now, so
Because that's how it works.
yes.
But just as Bart starts to walk toward the chains, they're all startled by the loud cocking of a shotgun behind them. When they turn their flashlights in that direction, it's Kenneth.
I was like, okay.
Now we're okay.
Yeah.
Michael asks if they're coming with him, and Kenneth corrects him. Nah, you're coming with me. He tells them that he's done this before, and he asks Michael if he knows how to use the rifle he's holding, and Michael points toward the barrel, asking, "This is the dangerous end, right?" Kenneth switches the safety off and quips, "Now it is."
See, little things like this, I believe you guys have spent time together.
Yeah.
You weren't a dick about it, and he even nodded his head
It's like, all right.
all right,
You got me
thank
there.
you. Yeah.
And it's a callback to the door that he didn't unlock.
Yeah.
Michael.
Yeah.
And you're our king.
Mutiny!
I really loved that line too. You're coming with me. He's like, let's be very clear. Like, who has the experience here?
I did laugh a little when he said, I've done this before. It's like in this small.
Yeah.
Because I think CJ is taking point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
But okay. Yeah. The men step out into the parking garage. Kenneth, Michael, and CJ with their weapons drawn, and Bart holding up the flashlight behind them. They scan around and it appears to be empty, but CJ delivers the unsavory news that this is only level 1 and they need to get down to level 3. When the flashlight exposes a trail of blood on one of the walls, they fall silent as they continue forward. Tension mounts and errant noises make them glance in every direction. But when a low growl is heard, Bart turns the light in that direction and tells them fearfully that he saw something. CJ tells him to shut the fuck up because he didn't see anything, but something sprints by further away, rendering them silent and ready. Noises and panting sound around them, and Bart prepares them with an, "Oh shit, here it comes." It's like, thanks, dude.
Yeah. Jesus.
But the fearsome monster that steps out from behind a pillar is just a black and white dog named Chips. Well, he will be named Chips, played by Blue.
I will say there was a moment of fear that I felt for a second.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much this whole zombie thing extends to other species.
Yeah.
And the way they're shining the flashlight in this dog's face, his eyes were red for a minute.
That would have been wild.
And I was like, dude, please don't
Please
be
don't.
that kind of movie.
Michael squats down and calls him over, and the dog rushes to him, eager to be pet. Michael reasons that if anything was down here, it would have eaten the dog, and Bart tells CJ that he told him he saw something. When the dog starts to bark, Michael asks him what's wrong. Bart says there's nothing wrong. The dog is just fucked up.
All right.
What?
Look, I understand asking the dog what's wrong, but this dog is not Lassie. He's not going to lead you to the...
Yeah.
Like,
Also, cite your sources. Why
Yeah.
is this dog fucked up?
his eyes are red. You saw it? This dog is fucked up.
But clinging to the pipes of the ceiling above Bart is a legless zombie. He drops down directly onto Bart. Michael fires at him, but hits the sprinkler on the ceiling instead, causing water to rain down on them. Bart screams as the zombie takes a bite out of Crime, and by Crime, I mean Bart's neck. Bart drops the flashlight as he spins, finally able to shake the zombie off and onto the ground. But he stands, clutching his bitten neck and screaming.
No great loss.
No.
Good that the zombie got him.
Yeah.
It's
Like, that's why
good
they
he
came
did
down
that.
here.
It's very good. The zombie looks up and growls at them, but they're distracted by the shadows of a horde racing toward them. I did want to talk. They called him the flying zombie, the one clinging to the pipes. The stuntman that played him is named Dave Campbell, and he has actually had his legs amputated.
Oh, wow.
And in the uncut version, there's a stuntman that had his arm amputated that plays a zombie whose arm has been ripped off. So I just really thought that was cool to give the work to these stunt actors because they do a fucking amazing job.
Yeah. I'm very surprised it's only in the director's cut do we see the...
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's such an iconic moment that I literally went back and was looking for it.
Yeah.
But it's not in the theatrical one. Michael tells them all to run, and they follow suit, Bart trailing behind them and begging CJ to wait. When they find a gated area to be locked, Kenneth blasts the lock away, and he and Michael run inside. Bart has fallen behind and stares at CJ as the zombies make short work of him, swarming and munching. CJ stares at his fallen friend for a moment, but when Kenneth and Michael scream at him to come on, he runs. He makes it inside, and when they try to close the gates behind him, a zombie blocks the way. CJ hits it away with his axe, and they're able to get the gate closed. Michael thinks quickly when he sees a gas pump and tosses his gun to CJ, who helps Kenneth shoot the zombies off the weak chain link fence. And this is when they needed a bigger boom than just the squib.
Uh-huh.
And they hooked up, they called it a ratchet system, where they had a solid plate underneath the wig for the stunt actors, and it was attached to a wire that was operated by a remote. So again, you trigger that wire with the remote. It rips the plate up with that wire, and it looks like the top of the head is exploding.
Jesus. It looks good.
It does.
It looks great, and it gives that effect without, putting these dangerous ass squibs next to actors' fucking skulls. When Kenneth runs out of ammo, CJ steps up and shoots them away. But when one zombie falls clinging to the gate, he pulls it down with him. I was like, God damn it. Michael takes the pump and sprays the surrounding zombies with gas. He yells at CJ for matches, and after a quick search of his pockets, CJ comes back out with a lighter. He lights and throws it onto a puddle of gasoline, causing flames to erupt.
I understand that we saw the sprinklers activated earlier.
Yeah.
But for them to do this and be like, let's get out of here. That's wild, man. Do you know what fire does to structures? I mean, just...
They're like, look, it will be fine.
Yeah, the sprinklers are on. It'll be all right. But hey, they're working together here.
They are.
They waited for CJ to get inside.
Yeah.
He did toss him the gun. CJ helped. He didn't
And
turn
he was
on
trustworthy.
them.
Yeah. The men back away as flaming zombies still try their damnedest to get through the chain link. Slow motion takes over as they stare at the horrors before them. At Carousel, Andre tearfully begs Luda to breathe. We see her, confined to the bed, staring upwards at nothing as her breath rattles from her and wheezes. Andre encourages her that she's doing great, but Luda finally takes her last breath. He places a loving kiss on her lips before closing her eyes. Sobbing, he tells her that he's sorry, but his gaze travels down to Luda's swollen belly. He lays his head on it and cries, but her pregnant belly begins to undulate unnaturally. Andre places his hand on it, amazed, but this is when Luda springs back to life. Her teeth and tongue stained red with blood. She fights against her restraints, growling and hissing as she tries to get at Andre.
She plays a zombie so well.
Yes.
Yeah.
He struggles to stay unbitten, knocking into a mobile over a crib and causing a soft lullaby to punctuate the horrific moment. He's able to take a belt and places it in Luda's mouth as she bites at him.
Well, the thing is about this belt is that he already has something taped on it for her mouth.
Like he was ready.
Yeah, he planned this.
No, you're right.
You knew this was going to happen. You hid this.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, man, come on, dude.
No, you're totally right.
And we see later he's put curtains over Carousel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he was like, nobody needs to be watching. And don't fucking check on us. At Hallowed Grounds, Anna packs supplies into a crate. Norma comes by to bring her more, and when Anna says she's going to go by to check on Luda, Norma volunteers to do it. She can have a smoke on the way and drop off some candles for them. Anna thanks her.
She should thank her more.
Yeah.
She should thank her by saying, no, don't go over there.
Yeah. Well.
Norma, please. But back at Carousel, blood sprays from between Luda's tied legs, imbruing the stark white sheets beneath her. She screams against the gag in her mouth, her eyes wild as she writhes, but Andre is focused on the incoming baby. With a shaking voice, he says that he sees it, and Luda's muffled screams are his only answer. Norma makes it to Carousel and stomps out her cigarette. She heads inside, the beam of her flashlight illuminating soft and sweet decor and empty cans of food. Instantly suspicious, Norma calls out to them. She doesn't receive an answer, but she rounds the corner and she finds Andre gazing down lovingly at the squirming bundle of joy in his arms. Slick with sweat and tears, Andre looks up at her and tells her it's a girl. Luda growls, and Norma looks horrified when she sees Andre's resurrected wife, writhing and screeching against her gag and restraints. Norma drops the supplies she brought them and pulls her gun, instinctively aiming it at Luda. She looks up at Andre with concerned and questioning eyes, but he asks her quietly if she's going to kill Luda. Looking up from his baby, he asks her, "Are you going to kill my family?" Luda gazes at Norma with hungry and human eyes, and as she sobs, Norma pulls the trigger, catching Luda right in the eye, her brain spilling out behind her. Andre screams no and returns Norma's shot with one of his own. She shoots him back, and the two stare at each other. Andre falls onto Luda's bed as he dies, his baby still in his arm.
This is very grisly.
It's awful.
And it only gets worse. It's very difficult.
Yes.
Yeah. But even that, but this is what I'm saying too, like about Norma. She wasn't trying to hurt him or pointing the gun at him.
No.
Or he was holding the baby. No, she seen a zombie.
Yeah.
She still, oh shit, something's going on. I need to take care of that for the group. And then he was like, you know what I mean? Obviously, he's still in a fucking daze. Like shit.
Yeah.
Shit is not what we deal with every day right now.
No, yeah. I feel like that's safe.
Yeah.
And you did say grisly. This next part is rough, so protect your mental health if you need to dip out. We understand. Everyone hears the shots from hallowed grounds and goes running to Carousel. Anna finds Norma on the ground and asks what happened. Blood spraying from her mouth, Norma only has time to say weakly that he shot her before she slips into death. Cocking his gun, Terry warns Anna to get away from Norma, but she tells him to wait. She died from the gunshot. She wasn't bitten. She's very confident in this diagnosis.
Yeah.
You know, okay, girl. I mean, she's right.
Well, yeah. Well, we heard the shots. You come in and, I mean,
yeah, but she could have been some bites in there.
Well, but even if not, she's right. But has she witnessed anybody else dying any other way?
Oh, yeah.
And not coming back?
that is true, too. I didn't think
That's
about
true,
that.
yeah.
But then she's like, it's fine. Yeah. Let's check
Everyone
on
crowd around.
Yeah, let's
I'm
check on
the
Andre
only
and Luda.
medical professional.
Yeah.
So you shut the fuck up. Terry asks if she's coming back, and picking up Norma's dropped gun as she stands, Anna says no. If she was one of them, she'd be up by now. But she's been gone for about 2 seconds. Monica watches tearfully as Terry uncocks his gun. Anna pushes past the group gathered around the bed to find the horrific tableau of Andre's lost family. Luda slumped with her brain sprayed out behind her. Andre fallen backwards, dead, with the small pink blanket in one hand and his gun in the other. Terry begins to cry as the group gazes down at the baby. Anna pulls the blanket away and the baby is revealed. Her small mottled face wrenches, and when she opens her eyes, they're that sickly, undead shade of green. A small cry escapes her as she flails her arms, and from our view outside Carousel, it's put to an end with the echo of a gunshot. On the table outside hallowed grounds, the candles burn down around the abandoned meal that they had just been sharing.
I will say that was not on my bingo card.
Not at all.
No.
Not at all.
Very tragic.
It's
Yes.
devastating and so shocking, especially when I saw this at like 15. I
Yeah.
was like, oh my
Yeah.
fucking God. It blew my mind.
And I will say, we had a scene setting up Andre's arc
Yeah.
of his hope.
Well, he explicitly said,
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
is my reason. And he did it.
He did.
Yeah.
Outside of hallowed grounds, Kenneth presides over the shrouded bodies. He tells the rest of the group that he's been to a lot of funerals and given a lot of folded flags to bereaved family members. And he said how sorry he was, but that's not how he really felt. He says that in the back of his mind, he always thought, better them than me.
Before this? Dude. Ken.
Yeah, it was a lot. It was like, damn, fool, what the? You're supposed to protect and serve?
Yeah.
Fuck.
A really heavy thing to say. And they're all just like,
Yeah, we all did. Everybody. Every one of us.
But he says that he doesn't think that anymore. He realizes now that there are things that are worse than death, and one of them is sitting here and waiting to die. Anna agrees that she doesn't want to die here. She glances over at Michael, who reports that he saw some buses in the garage. He proposes they fix them up and reinforce them and get as far away as possible. I'm sorry. Maybe this is very short-sighted of me, but there are so many books to read in that bookstore.
Well, I'm thinking
There is so much coffee to drink in that kiosk.
That's true.
When we run out, maybe.
Well, that's what I was going to say. We do got to remember we're in a mall. We're not in a grocery store.
True.
So I'm sure the mall, they have eateries or whatever, but
It's a finite supply.
yeah, we're going to run out.
But at the same time, I think that we simply need to get them out because that's the third act. Because we really don't need to leave, at least not yet, because I don't remember, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think anybody's like, and we're all out of anything except the lemon stuff.
No, we are out of the lemon stuff.
That's why we're leaving.
And don't bring it up again.
That's why.
We all miss it. We all miss the lemon stuff.
I think that there was the tragedy that just happened. I think they're all like, we got to get the fuck out
Well,
of here.
just don't go to Carousel.
Don't go to Carousel, for sure. And I am going to need a separate bus for my books.
Because we're taking all of these.
But Tucker asks, and then what? Steve has an idea, though, sauntering by in a matching silk pajama set to fill up his coffee cup. He proposes that while they're at it, they can swing by the marina, jump in his boat, and take it for a pleasure cruise, you jackasses. I remember we used to say that to each other all the time, but it's like, well, hold on. What was that? What was that last thing you said?
I will say the line's a little, it's very funny, but
Yes.
it's quite clunky to reveal.
Yeah.
You need to know.
I have a boat.
I have a boat.
Yeah.
And I keep the key on me.
But
It's very
that's
important.
Steve.
That is Steve.
It is.
It is Steve.
I don't know how he was found by Norma from this apocalypse situation, but the fact that he does have the boat key is really funny.
Well, if they're evacuating, because he evacuated to the church. So maybe he's like, just in case.
Yeah, I don't think
If
he is
I have-
like,
If I have a boat and the world is ending, I'm going to grab the keys because maybe we need to get the fuck out of here via water.
Yeah, but I feel like he probably grabbed it so nobody else would use it.
Yeah.
I heard they don't like water.
Yeah.
Exactly. But Anna thinks that this is actually a good idea. There are islands out on the lake that don't have a lot of people on them. Steve insists that he was only kidding, but Michael gets to his feet, asking how far the marina is. Steve laughs at this incredulously, asking if they're serious. Michael is dead serious. He asks who else is on board, no pun intended, and no one answers. But when he asks Kenneth agrees. It is a good idea, but they have to pick up Andy because he's part of the group too. I love it. It's CJ's turn to chuckle darkly, though. He asks if he's got this straight. They're going to take parking shuttles, reinforce them with aluminum siding, head to the gun store, and let Andy play a movie cowboy jumping on the wagon. Then they drive through the ruined city with a few thousand dead cannibals. Also, they can sail off into the sunset in this fucking asshole's boat.
CJ, who let you out of the cell?
Well, Bart's gone. Yeah, I guess.
No, that doesn't mean your sentence is done. Get your ass. You better choose how the next thing better be.
But. Steve smiles and raises his mug to this, but CJ continues. Then they'll head out to some island that they don't even know exists. He looks around. Kenneth says, yeah. Tucker gives a pretty much. Anna nods her affirmation, and Michael adds another yeah. Steve gives a sarcastic thumbs up, and now that he's got it straight, CJ nods with his decision. Okay, I'm in.
Good.
You were this close.
Well, it sounds like a plan. Fuck it.
It is a plan. It's maybe not the most sound plan, but it's a plan.
It is.
We get another montage to the tune of the Hangman song by Tyler Bates, Joey Waronker, Rusty Logsdon, Nan Vernon, and Soda.
No disrespect to Soda and the other people, but I want to talk about Nan Vernon for a second because
So I'll do it.
yeah, with all due respect to Soda.
Just Soda.
I recognized Nan Vernon's voice.
Okay.
And it's because she did a cover, and Tyler Bates did the music for these films as well, but I think it was Halloween and Halloween 2, Rob Zombies. She did Mr. Sandman and Love Hurts.
Oh,
okay.
that's cool.
Yeah.
But this song is fantastic.
Yeah.
It's very good.
Oh, yeah.
Kenneth and CJ gut the seats out of the bus as Michael readies metal reinforcements. CJ takes the measurements of a propane tank while Michael strips the barbed wire off the gate. They weld the reinforcements to the bus and attach the barbed wire, and Nicole does her part by spray painting some teeth onto the front of it.
Well, she liked doing that earlier.
Yeah.
There's shit to do. Nicole, sorry. We can do the cute shit later.
Art will never not be important. I don't know why you're...
Yeah.
It's important. It's just not the most important thing right now. I think the barbed wire should probably be reinforced.
But the teeth give us motivation. It's like, oh, yeah, look, the bus is ready to just...
And the zombies will see the teeth and
Yeah.
be like, oh, they bite
Yeah.
back?
That's good.
The teeth will make them run away. I just don't like Nicole. I'm going to be honest.
We're just picking apart everything. So if it was Anna doing the spray paint, you're like, yes!
Yeah, that's the most fucking important thing. But again, I've been putting in my notes, this would 1000% be my contribution. But Kenneth, Terry, CJ, Anna, Glenn, and Kenneth work together to outfit the vehicles to be ready to take on the apocalypse. And we see the newly transformed buses as Kenneth brings propane tanks inside. Back inside, they take inventory of their ammo. Tucker counts 12 shotgun shells, 29 9mm, and 16 .357 Magnums. Anna laments that it's not very much, so hopefully there's not many of them at the dock. When Steve tries to fill his mug once again, and the container sputters empty instead of presenting him with coffee, he's annoyed, and Anna dryly commends him on how hard he's worked today.
Well, if we're out of coffee, then yeah, we do need to...
We gotta get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. The mall's dead. What's next?
Steve laughs, commending her on her sarcasm. He tells her that he would love to help, but brandishing his boat keys, he tells her with some sympathy that a captain never works alongside his men. He imitates cracking a whip and wishes them a good one as he struts away. Anna rightfully calls him a dick.
Well, yeah.
I mean...
Yeah. Elsewhere, Nicole suddenly becomes concerned when she can't find Chips the dog. Terry tries to help her find him, but Monica just mocks her. Annoyed, Tucker whistles out for the dog amid Nicole's panic, and Chips comes running over. Nicole hugs him tightly and tells him not to ever leave again. On the roof, Kenneth holds up a sign for Andy proclaiming 5 more days. He smiles at his long-distance friend before picking up the binoculars. Andy is shirtless and his ribs are visible as he holds up his one-word reply. Hungry.
I gotta say, dude, I know that we need time for preparation, but 5 days to tell this man who is across the way,
Yeah.
and you see him getting skinnier every day,
Yeah.
and you're like, we got about a week left, I think, on this. Like, dude.
Yeah,
It's just funny to me because the way that we were presented with the montage, the buses are ready.
yeah, they look ready.
We need to find the courage, I think, is the next.
I feel like
Well, they're eating and resting.
Yeah, we got a lot of food over here.
There's going to be a lot of meditation to get our minds right to do this. I feel like
I haven't driven in like 3 months, dude.
They accomplish big tasks the way I do, where it's like one thing a day.
Hey, and I get that.
We'll get it done. Anna goes to one of the buses to tell Michael that Kenneth wants everyone to come upstairs for a meeting. Michael stops polishing the chainsaw in front of him and calls Anna over to see it. He slides the saw in the narrow slat beneath the windows, showing her they can slice off anything clinging to the sides of the bus. Anna nods in mock amazement, telling Michael that might just be the most romantic thing that anyone has ever shown her. Michael's smile falters, and he's like, I'm trying it.
So I told you I was a bad husband. I don't know how to do this.
Hey, he's keeping them alive.
He's doing his best. But Anna tells him sincerely that she knows. The two hold hands while sharing a lingering look.
In the director's cut, they do share a kiss.
I did find... Well, I don't want to say that yet. That's a spoiler.
That's true.
In the meeting held in the bookstore, it seems that everyone is at odds with Steve. Anna tells him that it's not just about Andy starving. If they go get him and he doesn't have any strength, they're going to have to carry him. Tucker chimes in that Andy is a good shot and they need him. And Steve concedes that he never said they don't need him. Michael says that this isn't up for debate. They need to get food over to Andy. Steve suggests that they draw straws and the loser can run across the street with the ham sandwich. Kenneth has tuned them out as he strolls behind them, lost in thought. They continue to argue behind him, but as he watches Nicole play fetch with chips, it dawns of the dead on Kenneth.
Very good. I don't know why, but imagine a cut to... So Nicole's going, right?
We all voted. Okay. In his commanding voice, he tells the group behind him to shut up, and they fall silent. He says that he has an idea. We cut to the roof where they're lowering Chips down gently. They've strapped a pack onto the dog's back. Nicole is frantic, and Terry has to hold her back. She protests that they're hurting Chips, but the dog is cool as a fucking cucumber, and Anna insists that he's fine. Taking her face in his hands, Terry explains that the creatures want them. Chips is going to be fine. Chips slowly reaches the ground and the hook attached to his back disconnects. Not one zombie in the crowded street pays him any mind. On his roof, Andy blows a whistle and Chips goes running. Terry points out to Nicole that they're not even paying attention to Chips, and she finally calms down a little, nodding. As the dog runs to the gun store, Kenneth confirms that they put a walkie in his pack. Nicole is adamant that she needs to see, and she takes Kenneth's binoculars. She watches as Chips makes his way to a small door, and once it opens, he hops in. That dog does not give a fuck.
No.
So compared to what apparently was written in the script, this is very reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
Because what Zack Snyder said on commentary was that there was supposed to be... and they had thought about it and talked about it. They were going to train a bunch of dogs. They used the term wagon train.
Okay.
And to like kind of almost, it made me think of like fucking Santa.
Sled dogs?
Like, yeah. But the thing is there was going to be like a competing group of zombie dogs, but they were going to have to be CG. And so it was literally, this is how it was written, was that it was going to be a bunch of their dogs versus a bunch of these zombie dogs. And they were like, and it just wouldn't work with the CG. I'm like, no, it just doesn't work.
Dude, if they've been watching off of this roof and not seen one dog, they lower Chips and a fucking pack of dogs, a pack of CGI-ass dogs rounds that corner, I don't know. I would be very upset.
Yeah.
I don't. This isn't Resident Evil. We don't
No,
need that. Yeah.
I'm so glad that they didn't do that.
Yeah, I feel like that's worth a couple points.
Yes. Nicole says triumphantly that Chips made it, but Kenneth takes the binoculars back when she makes it clear that something's wrong. Kenneth watches as a zombie catches the door before it closes, and the undead begin to crawl inside. Kenneth says, no, they got him. Shots ring out from the small door, and the zombies crawl over each other to get closer.
Does the size of this door change a lot to anyone else?
What do you mean, the hole?
Yeah, with what we see later, because this is it's dog-sized right now, right?
I think it was just opened to dog height.
Okay.
And then I think the zombie caught it and raised it the rest of the way.
All right, because when we go in later, it's like, this is about an 8-foot hole. And I'm like, who? Why would you think that only a dog would come in there?
Chips is actually 8 feet tall. Just, the comparison of his size. It made the door look small.
That's why the zombies won't mess with them.
Like, we're not
They're
doing
like,
that.
Would you?
No.
Michael tries the walkie, asking Andy if he can hear them. He doesn't answer, but after a moment, the walkie crackles to life with Andy's voice. He asks if they can hear him and admits that he's pretty banged up, but he's going to be okay. Michael asks where he's hurt, and Andy says the words that make Michael visibly deflate. Damn, those bastards bite hard.
Do you remember, it's a very esoteric reference, but on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, when Dennis had to give Pepper Jack his Fraggle Rock thermos, that is Michael's reaction in this movie. He is done.
It's horrible, horrible news.
It is.
It's the worst news that you can get, having to give up your thermos. Learning that he's been bitten, there's nothing worse.
Yeah.
But Andy insists that he'll be okay once he stops the bleeding, but it's really going. Chips barks in the background, and Andy tries to calm him. He asks if he's talking to Kenneth, and Michael hands the walkie over. Kenneth greets his long-distance friend for the first time with his voice, and Andy expresses how glad he is to finally meet him. He laments that he got him good. Kenneth tells him to just hang in there and make sure that he got the food. Andy asks Chip's name, and Anna wonders if they should tell him. Kenneth quietly shakes his head, no. When they hear an engine start, Terry realizes, I don't know how he did notice before. I guess there is a lot going on, but he realizes that he has lost track of Nicole. Below, they see Norma's big rig cross the street over to the gun store and crash into the building. Steve calls Nicole an idiot, realizing that she's gone after the fucking dog. They watch as Nicole slides out of the cab, and Kenneth reports that she made it inside. Nicole radios that she found Chips and he's all right because, yeah, that's what everybody's worried about. But Michael's more concerned about Andy. When he asks about him, Nicole says that she can't find him, but there's blood everywhere. This is when Kenneth sees that Andy has gotten back up on the roof. With his back turned to the group, Kenneth sees that he's writing something on the whiteboard. Michael asks what he's saying, and when Andy turns around and raises the whiteboard over his head and stares out at them with his cloudy, vacant eyes, the sentiment is clear. It is streaked bright red with his blood.
I will say it is sad to see like this last gasp of his humanity. He's like, this is what we were doing, but it is a little... There is a bit of humor in it. And he's like, oh, what's Andy doing? What's his message? He's like, it's not bad news. This is bad news.
It's nothing good.
It still says hungry.
Yeah.
It's just
we
checkmate.
Know. Yeah. Dude, there's a sandwich on the dog. We sent it.
Yeah, right. We already sent you food, man.
That's weird. I guess he doesn't like ham.
Yeah.
Now we know.
But I will say Zack Snyder defended the Nicole decision on commentary.
I love my pet. Luna is, our cat. We love her to death. And I'm sure anybody else does. Loves their pets. But if I visibly see no zombie is even fucking bothering them, I know I'd still be worried, but I'm less worried if you want me, you don't want my cat. Run free. I will find you or you will find me somewhere.
You're going to be fine.
Yeah.
So I think either, yes, run free, or there's no way that we're leaving here without stopping to get ammo and guns, right?
Yeah.
Just fucking wait. Chips is fine. There's probably AC in there. He's got a fucking sandwich. He will be fine.
He's listening to his favorite music.
Listening to his favorite music.
And on the cool, he's probably eating the sandwich. He's
Yeah.
like, Andy didn't eat this shit.
Oh, I ate that on the way over.
Sorry,
That was for
Andy.
Andy? I'm a dog. You're going to tie food to my back and expect me not to shake it off and eat it? What the fuck is wrong? What's wrong with you?
You guys packed me with snacks.
Yeah. I thought that was energy for the road.
This was a big job.
Yeah, he did.
But yeah, this is honestly infuriating. I don't know that the big rig was part of the plan, but now it cannot be, you know?
Yeah.
It's impulsive and dumb. And again, Luna, I would go to the end of the earth for my cat. This is a dumb fucking decision.
Zack Snyder defended it with a name drop.
Okay.
He goes,
oh, Lord.
At the
I'm
premiere.
about to eat my words. I think.
Yeah.
No, I
Okay.
don't think so. He goes, at the premiere, Christina Aguilera told me
Yeah. Okay.
that it's like, yeah, that's cool. She was there. I know.
Yeah.
But he goes, okay, so he continues telling the story and he's like, and she says she would have done the exact same thing. And I was like, oh, yeah. But he goes, and then she punched my nephew. And I was like, what? And it was like an attaboy kind of a punch.
Yeah.
And so it's like, why are you talking about that?
Yeah.
He was like, I met Christina Aguilera.
Yeah. How did you film this? That's why I'm watching the commentary.
And she beat the shit out of my nephew.
What the fuck?
Anyway, this was a real store in Canada.
Kenneth asks Michael to get Nicole out of there. And somehow Terry goes, what's wrong?
Where have you been?
It made me laugh. What do you mean? You've seen everything we've seen.
Well, he was trying to leave her there. He's like, I don't see the problem.
I don't see
Yeah.
Michael asks her about the truck, but she's adamant that she's not going back out there. And when Chip starts to bark, she turns her attention to him. Kenneth yells that Nicole needs to get out of there as Andy drops the whiteboard and twitches, his transformation complete. But Nicole isn't listening. Her voice comes through over the radio. Oh, here's Andy. Oh my God. Michael pleads with Nicole to listen to him, but Nicole interrupts that she's hiding in a closet and Andy's trying to get her. Nicole sobs, begging for help, but the radio is overcome with static and they lose the connection. I'm like, you guys all heard that she's okay, right? Yeah. Let's go to wherever the fuck we're boat. Let's go to the boat. Tucker, Steve, Terry, CJ, and Michael enter the stairwell. Michael tells Tucker to stay behind and keep the door accessible to them because they might not be alone when they come back. Steve is offended by this, asking why Tucker gets to stay behind while he has to go on a suicide mission to save Terry's already dead girlfriend. Terry snaps at him, telling him, fuck you, and Michael says that he doesn't know that. But CJ is the voice of reason. It doesn't really matter because either way, they have to get in there to get the guns. Tucker squashes all of it and says to just let Steve stay. He hands over a gun and Michael warns Steve not to fuck this up. Steve assures him with a, yeah, totally.
He's gonna.
Yeah, no, yeah.
And he's definitely not gonna fuck it up.
No.
They open the door and make their way into the sewers beneath the mall. They move through the standing water, and when they find themselves positioned under a ladder leading to a manhole, CJ concedes that he's not a plumber, but he thinks this is the end of the line. It's dark outside when Kenneth crawls out of the manhole, CJ behind him, followed by Michael and Terry. It did make me laugh because I'm like, she'll be fine. Yeah. We got 5 days. Because it's nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Took about 6 hours to get to the sewers.
Yeah. There are several zombies wandering around and paying them no attention. Tucker closes the lid to the manhole once the 4 of them are out, and he does it as quietly as he can. But once the lid settles into place, the zombies whip their heads in the direction of the sound. The cat is out of the bag, and the group has to shoot and fight their way to Norma's truck. CJ, Terry, and Michael crawl through the truck and into the small door leading to the gun shop, just like Nicole did. Kenneth brings up the rear, causing an explosion and taking out as many zombies as he can. But when he crawls through Norma's truck, the aggressive hands snatch his gun away. He crashes into the alley and crawls through the small door, but he's grabbed by a zombie and has to kick it away before he finally gets all the way in and closes the door behind him. In Andy's shop, they start loading up on ammo and arming themselves, but once they're equipped, they notice the foreboding smears of bright red blood on the floor. Terry tries to radio Nicole, but doesn't get a response, and everyone's attention is drawn to repetitive banging coming from the other side of the store. When they investigate, their flashlights and guns pointed forward, they find the cause. The beams of their lights fall upon Andy, banging again and again on the closet where Nicole presumably hides. They watch him quietly, and with some respect, Kenneth calls his friend's name. When Andy turns to look at him, his inhuman eyes are wild. Kenneth tells him, "I'm sorry, brother," before pulling the trigger. The top of Andy's head is blown off, and his body collapses to the ground. I did want to talk about that effect.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of people think that it's CGI, and it is not. That was a complete life cast of Andy's head.
It looks great.
Yeah. It was silicone loaded with blood bags, and Anderson said sponges and goo. And they detonated it, and the whole top exploded. He said that people were holding stuff up and wearing masks because they knew shit was going to go everywhere. And you can see it, like, if you do it frame by frame, it is great work.
It is. It reminded me of, you remember in the original when Wooly kicks open the door and he blows that guy's head off?
Yeah.
He's not the one head. Well, come on, dude. Jesus, this really isn't a family show. But the thing is that why is that always my connector to a moment like that? I thought it could be an homage.
No, yeah. You look so disappointed. No, I agree. I agree.
Defeated.
With Andy dispatched, Nicole opens the door to reveal her dumbass and Chips unharmed.
How do you really feel?
I'm sorry. Yeah. Under Kenneth's instruction to get as much ammo as they can, they load up once again before heading back into the chaos.
poor Andy, man. We had him the whole time, and he was there back and forth, and he was waiting and sent him food, and then...
It's so sad.
Yeah.
And I couldn't, I had to like stop myself earlier because I was like, it's till the end of the movie. It's not till the end of the movie.
No.
It's till the end of Andy.
Yeah.
But it's a very interesting watch, and it does add a lot to the character. So I
Yeah.
would recommend it. But yeah, sad as fuck. Really, really sad. But they fight their way back to the manhole. Tucker has climbed up onto the street, taking out as many as he can. And as CJ starts to climb down the ladder, a zombie comes up behind Tucker and takes a bite out of Crime. And by Crime, I mean Tucker's neck.
If there's one thing we know about Nay,
About crime.
about crime and McGruff, I believe.
I can't help myself. Tucker screams and jumps down the manhole, falling past CJ on the ladder and landing on both of his ankles in the standing water below. The manhole uncovered, CJ rushes to Tucker's aid, telling the rest of the group to go on without him. He slings Tucker's gun over his shoulder, and as he goes to help him up, a zombie jumps down. CJ takes him out, but this was the first of many. The zombies don't fall, they crash around them. I'm sorry. But no, they jump down.
They did.
A lot of them. But at the sound of the commotion, Kenneth turns around, swinging his gun back in CJ and Tucker's direction, telling the others to keep going. CJ places a pistol in each of Tucker's hands and grabs him by the back of the shirt. He pulls him through the tunnels. And horrified, Tucker shoots both guns, taking out as many as he can. But despite CJ's best efforts, they are soon overrun. As the zombies go at Tucker like a charcuterie board, he begs CJ to shoot him. Without ceremony, CJ fulfills Tucker's last wish before running away.
It's very funny to me that they're just content eating Tucker.
They're like,
Yeah,
yeah, this is great. Well, they've been doing a lot of running, a lot of, you know?
I do. Again, this is so chaotic we're running through here. They know what's at stake. So when he got hit or when he got bit and then they're there, yeah, he's helping him. But then it's the end of the line. He's like, don't let me turn.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep
Take me out.
going.
Yeah.
You know what's happening.
Yeah.
And I will say this is where it really is this action horror.
Oh, yeah.
Because this feels like a video game.
It does. Yeah.
CJ is able to catch up with the rest of the group as they finally make it to the stairwell. But their lookout, Steve, is nowhere to be found. In fact, the door leading back into the mall is closed and locked.
There is a line from Michael that is probably the funniest line in the whole film. Right here.
What is it?
He goes, "God damn Steve Marcus."
Yeah.
I'm like, Marcus? I never knew that. It's never been said.
We really have
Well, he watched that video he made, so he knows the credits. He was in
the credits.
Steve Marcus.
Yeah,
All right,
the-
yeah.
Oh,
A
all right.
Steve Marcus production.
Dude, first and last.
Yeah,
it's-
that is
Well,
funny.
God, he needs God to know who to damn specifically. Not Steve Martin, not Steve Wilkos.
No.
I don't know why those are the Steve Harvey.
Steve Urkel.
King.
Yeah. Oh.
Stephen King.
Not him.
Yeah,
Steve Marcus. As Terry and Nicole bang on the door and yell out for Steve, Kenneth, CJ, and Michael aim their guns at the zombies funneling into the narrow stairway. After a moment of standoff, they fire.
The zombies are picking their spots for some reason.
Yeah. They walked up slow. They were looking at him like, what y'all gonna do?
Yeah,
I was like,
they
what the
know.
What you got? What you got?
Yeah. I was like, what is that?
I don't know.
They know that this is a really pivotal moment, you guys.
I was like, give him a second. Hold on.
Yeah, you can't rush it.
The drama.
Yeah.
The door finally swings open, and Michael instinctively turns toward it with his gun to find not Steve, but Anna. She doesn't flinch at the gun in her face, instead turning and running back in so they can follow her. They race after her, but CJ is last and is unable to get the door closed with the horde of zombies pushing through and trying to crawl inside. Kenneth yells at him to move out of the way, and after he starts firing on them with his shotgun, he demands that they go. The group finds Glenn and Monica outside of hallowed grounds, and when Monica has questions, they don't break their stride when they tell them to run. They do. The group is able to make it into the elevator, shooting a zombie in the head so that the doors are able to close. The group stands in the elevator, panting and ready as a soft Muzak version of Air Supply's All Out of Love plays. CJ can't help but smile, admitting that he likes the song. And I did read that this was improv from Michael Kelly.
Oh, that's great.
Which is,
Yeah.
yeah. They run into the garage where they find Steve's ass standing next to the buses. He's like, he literally goes, "There you are. What
Yeah.
happened to you guys?"
Dude, we'll deal with you.
Yeah. Somebody punch him.
Yeah.
Just once.
Please. But yeah, CJ pushes Steve, promising to deal with him later. Instead, they load up into the buses, Terry panicking and calling out for Nicole when he's pulled onto a separate one than she is.
You're all going to the same place. Like, calm down.
You
Yeah.
are, and you're not fucking mad at her, dude.
Well, she might be mad at you because you let Chips go.
Nah, man. She has no
Yeah.
right to be mad. Tucker's dead because of her, just for the record.
Also true.
Bus A holds Anna, CJ, Michael, Nicole, and of course Chips. And Bus B has Kenneth, Terry, Glenn, Steve, and Monica. All right? So we're all on the same page.
Assigned seats.
Michael gets behind the wheel and leads the way for Kenneth driving behind him, telling everyone to hold on as he crashes through the automatic door of the garage. Predictably, it is chaos out there. The lights strapped to the buses illuminate a sea of zombies that the buses wade through in the pitch black night. The zombies crawl on the sides of the buses, on the hoods, sticking their hands through the narrow metal slats on the sides. Anna tells CJ to do it now, and without a word, he grabs a ladder. Nicole holds it steady for him, narrowly avoiding the undead hands grabbing at her. Anna and Monica shoot through the sides at the creatures, and Steve puts Michael's theory to the test, turning on the chainsaw and chopping the clinging zombie's limbs off. He screams as blood spatters his face. CJ has used the ladder to climb to the top of the bus and tosses a hissing propane tank into the crowd. When it's picked up by some super jacked zombie, he holds it over his head, and CJ completes this two-piece combo by shooting it with the shotgun.
Hank would be very upset with that.
He would be devastated.
CJ's like, taste the heat. Not the meat.
Well, he learned from Buck.
He did.
But this zombie did remind me of the head zombie in Land of the Dead. And because in there, they do use weapons, and
The whole thing was very strange
It
because
was.
it's almost like the zombie is like spotlit. And
Yeah.
the way it's an odd moment.
well, he does look different, and
Yeah.
he does look at the propane tank like he understands.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I got to throw this back.
Yeah. He's like, Mr. Strickland.
Shot
It's
in
all
the
coming
head.
back.
Everyone's dead. I hate this.
Yeah,
frankly.
I don't like it.
Honestly, what comes next with the size of the crowd
Yes.
and everything,
Yes.
I appreciate the grandiosity,
The
Yes.
spectacle.
the
Yeah.
spectacle. Don't care for it much.
It's just an odd moment.
It's
It is.
just, I think it's too much.
Yeah, I too. I don't like that. I'm glad that it's over right after that.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Because seeing them like rock the boat or whatever,
Yeah.
you're like, all right, Jesus Christ.
One of them's playing the drums. They're all pushing the bus
What
back and
the
forth.
hell?
What is happening? They're just having a block party.
Yeah,
You guys
you're
are driving through it.
interrupting them.
Yeah.
And then it's very funny to me as it continues, and then the next shot, there's like
Yeah.
no, it's like, so the CG budget went here because there's fucking nobody. The city's deserted.
They blew away.
They did. But the buses quake with the impact of the explosion, and the waves of zombies ripple in response in a really sweet overhead shot. The group looks out at the flaming mess around them, and the crowd the crowd is thinned considerably.
It is.
There are still some zombies around. They drive away from the mall, past Andy's gun shop, driving through anything that gets in their way. Kenneth tries to swerve, but alerts them that there's still a zombie clinging to the side.
He's hiding as well.
Yeah.
They're getting smarter, I think. I don't like it. Because he's like, oh, he spotted me.
And honestly, it almost kind of looked like an orc. And it like peeked and was like, oh shit, they see me. Oh, no.
Zombies can't take cover. That's not a part of this.
Whose footprints are these?
Yeah.
But Glenn's like, I got it, snatching up the chainsaw and starting it. But when Kenneth is forced to take a hard left, he loses his footing, and the whirring chainsaw is embedded right into the side of Monica's neck. Glenn and Monica both scream as her blood sprays the interior of the bus. But Bus B's journey comes to a stop when Kenneth loses control of the vehicle and it flips.
I understand, it was a dangerous trip.
Yeah.
We gotta lose a couple.
We gotta lose a couple, but I felt like Monica, she goes up and she's like, you gotta drive faster, man. It's like,
Yeah.
Sit your ass
what do you
down.
think I'm doing? And so she's really just like, we need one more death, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Let it be me. I did watch on that featurette. They did an entire life cast of the actress's body and cut out a cartridge where the chainsaw goes. So they fill it with the blood bags. The chainsaw fits right into it. The blood sprays everywhere. If they need another take, they clean it up, take the blood out of the cartridge, load it up with fresh blood, and it looks amazing.
Yeah, it does.
It looks so fucking good. The way that they have her face scrunched up, it looks like she's really screaming.
Yeah.
It is really a work of art. It looks fantastic.
Mm-hmm. And that was just bad luck.
I mean,
Well, Glenn's like, don't worry.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you are not. Please put it down. CJ, looking out of the back of Bus A, tells Michael to stop because they've lost them. He demands that they back up, and Michael does as Anna tries to radio Kenneth. Bleeding in the smoking wreckage of the bus, Steve regains consciousness and picks up a gun, ignoring the radio, asking Kenneth if he's okay, as well as ignoring Kenneth's outstretched hand, imploring him for help. Steve swings the doors to the bus open and jumps out, slamming the door closed behind him. This guy's a real piece of shit.
Yeah.
He makes sure the gun is loaded, but is confused when he sees blood dripping down onto his arm. He looks up to find a zombie, drooling, bleeding, and hungry, looking down at him from the top of the bus. Steve flails his arms as he screams.
that overhead shot is really funny.
Yeah.
It is like, whoa! In Bus A, CJ loads a shotgun and unlocks the door, jumping out. Kenneth has finally found his way out of the bus and tosses the supplies over to CJ. Terry crawls out after him, and when Anna runs out, Kenneth warns her not to look inside because everyone else is dead. Oh, and Steve ran off. She doesn't listen, though, and when she looks in, she sees the horrors of Monica and Glenn's bodies, their lives both cut short by the chainsaw still embedded in Glenn's shoulder. Now, do we see that in the unrated one? Because I feel like I remember it going back and forth between Monica and Glenn.
I don't remember, honestly.
Yeah, I can't remember either.
I may have made it up in my own head.
All right.
That's absolutely an option. But I feel like I just remember like another turn and then it falls back and gets him or something like that.
Yeah.
I just remember that being longer.
Okay.
And also, I think I remember seeing Glenn die instead of just him laying on the ground.
I mean, that's definitely possible because it is kind of odd.
Yeah, right?
But I mean, I guess it was a pretty bad crash. You know what?
You're right. Anna turns and CJ points out Steve standing behind her, but it doesn't take long to realize that Steve isn't with us anymore. His eyes unnaturally pale. He opens his mouth to screech at Anna, but calm and cool, she tells the group that she's got it. And she doesn't mean it in the same way that Glenn said it. Fulfilling a promise that she made to Steve long ago, she puts a bullet right between his eyes, ending his reign of terror before it began. Kenneth is like, damn.
Yeah, well.
Everything is so urgent, but everyone took a second to enjoy this.
Yeah,
Well,
oh,
fuck.
yeah.
Steve, what was his name? Steve Marcus?
Yeah.
God damn. The group runs to bus A as a group of zombies starts to sprint towards them. Everyone except for Anna, who rushes back to Steve's body and takes something out of his pocket. Nicole flings the door open, and taking out zombies along the way, everyone is able to make it inside, but it's a photo finish for Anna, who's got to do a few too fast dodges to be pulled in by Michael. CJ stands in the open door, shooting zombies back until he's able to close and lock it. When Michael asks what Anna was doing, she triumphantly holds up Steve's boat keys on their chunky yellow key ring, and the two smile. Chip's barking is piped in as Bus A drives away because honestly, we haven't seen him in a while. The remaining survivors wait pensively as Kenneth speeds them away from the sprinting zombies. He calls out to them to hold on as he crashes through the gates of the marina. The bus tears up a dock, finally forcing them to a stop. I feel like Michael should probably just keep driving. Like Kenneth made a mess of his bus. I think that, and then he just drives through the dock.
Wow.
They pile out of the bus, and CJ tosses Kenneth the bag of supplies, telling him to get to the end of the dock. Kenneth implores CJ to come with him, but standing in the doorway of the bus and sniping zombies, CJ promises to catch up. Kenneth runs to the side of the bus, but it's quickly overrun with zombies. CJ fights the good fight, but he's soon forced into the bus against a propane tank. He takes out all that he can, fighting and shooting and reloading when the magazine falls out of his gun. Kenneth and the group on the dock take out what they can, but the zombies are swarming the bus. Eyeing some errant flares, CJ shoots one to light it. As the zombies munch on him, he mutters that it fucking figures. And so CJ, the man who once swore he would kill everyone in this group to save his own life, goes out in a blaze of glory as he puts a bullet in the propane tank, sacrificing himself as he takes out the horde of zombies standing in the group's way to freedom. The character of CJ is the heart and hope of Dawn of the Dead 2004, and I will not be taking questions at this time.
All I will say is it was very reluctantly done.
I don't give a fuck.
It's like, fuck, God damn it.
It was.
Yeah.
Well, it sucks,
Well,
dude.
it does, but it didn't feel as heroic as it should have.
Really?
Yeah.
I felt the opposite about
He's a
that.
flawed character.
Yeah.
And I love that there wasn't some big moment where he's like, oh, I got to change my ways.
Yeah.
Like, if you're...
It's gradual.
It's
Yeah.
gradual and it's realistic, and he becomes such a fucking team player. And it's like, in a lot of the way that these stories are told, we see this zombie situation bring out the absolute worst in people, and CJ was a fucking piece of shit when we met him, and it brought out the best in him, and I love that. It gives me hope. It is a hopeful arc, besides the fact that he fucking dies.
His arc was completed.
Yeah.
And it was very well done.
Yes.
Yeah. See, for me,
You look reluctant.
I do agree. I feel like he was like, fuck. But I think it was but to me, I kind of took it was like he understood the assignment.
Yeah.
I'm the last one. I'm here. I got bit. I know what happens after this. I'm going to slow them down so maybe they can leave. It's like, fuck it.
And I mean, you think about these little moments of him sticking up for going to rescue Nicole,
Yeah.
of him going back to help Tucker, of him standing in the doorway of the
right.
bus right now when everybody ran inside. Like, if you really pay attention to him, he fucking it's like whatever the imprisonment did to him, it did what it was supposed to do. It changed him, or it brought out the best in him.
Yeah.
And if you pay attention, he takes a lot of moments to help out, to defend people, to put his own life at risk, and he dies a hero's death.
He was the worst of us. Now he's the best of us.
Now he's
Yeah.
the fucking best of us, and he's my favorite character in this. All right.
Oh, no, really?
Yeah.
I thought you liked Nicole. I thought you said.
Yeah. But in the silence of the wreckage, the group climbs onto Steve's boat. But at the very last minute, Michael breaks the news that he can't go with them. Anna is confused, but Michael shows her the angry bite on his arm, admitting that he was bitten when they got jumped downtown. And honestly, if I'm CJ, I'm haunting your ass for the short time that you got left, because you could have fucking stayed back here and blew up.
And
Yeah.
You're on your way out anyway.
he was, but he needed an emotional goodbye.
Yeah.
And I'm a
He's
little-
the king.
Yeah, that's true. He has to pass his crown.
And they were ahead already. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I guess.
I think my thing about it is like he doesn't have Luda's long sleeves. Like he's been driving this thing and nobody looked at his arm.
There's a lot going on.
You're bleeding profusely, sir.
and we do see when he's helping her in.
You do.
If you pay attention, you can see him get hit.
Damn.
It happens quick,
Mhm.
but if you look, you do see when he's helping her in, you see the zombie get him. It's fast, but it's there.
It sucks. But Anna pleads for it not to be true, and Michael just apologizes to her coldly as he unties the boat. She reasons that she can help him, but he tells her realistically that she can't, but she can stay on the boat and help them. He tells her that it'll be all right, but she replies sadly that it won't. He strokes her face as she starts to cry, and he tells her again that it will before pushing the boat away from the dock. He kisses her hand as he holds it before finally letting go. Kenneth asks Michael if he's sure he wants to do this, and with a small smile, Michael tells him yes. He thinks he'll just stay right here and enjoy the sunrise. The motor to the boat rumbles as the remaining group departs. Anna stands with tears in her eyes, watching Michael on the dock, standing with the incoming zombies and the flaming, smoking wreckage of the bus behind him. He looks down at his arm before pulling his gun out of his jeans. We watch Steve's boat gliding across serene waters that know nothing of the horror that surrounds it, with the sun shining hopeful in the sky when we hear the gunshot. The credits start to the people who died by the Jim Carroll Band, and we get snippets of home video from Steve's boat. Girl on Steve's boat in video, played by Kim Kearns, takes off her bikini top and playfully tosses it at us before the footage cuts out. When it comes back, we see her sitting on Steve's lap, putting a captain's hat on his head. As static gives way, Steve Marcus promises us that he runs a tight ship. Footage of Anna cuts in, and behind the camera, Terry tells her that he found Steve's camera. The music cuts out as we are treated to more snippets of the video. When they find an abandoned boat in the middle of the water, they go over to take the supplies from it, but when they open a cooler, a disembodied zombie head snarls up at them, shaking in its confined space.
The person who plays the zombie head was the person who trained all the zombie actors.
Very
so
nice.
cool.
Oh, yeah.
Terry tells Anna to shoot it, and when it cuts to black, we hear the shot. We see a fridge with a plate full of maggots. The gas gauge slinks down to 0. They put out the engine that caught fire. An angry Kenneth tells Carrie to get the damn camera out of his face. Seagulls cry out as they finally reach a dock. Nicole says that she doesn't think there's anyone here, and Terry sets the camera down to help them get off the boat. As soon as Chips gets off the boat, he sprints down the dock barking.
He's released into the wild. Let's.
Okay, that's fair. Nicole cries out for him while Anna and Kenneth draw their guns. A few zombies moving in the trees quickly accumulates into a horde, running straight at them, and our view is on the ground as the camera is dropped and the zombies rush toward us. Down with the Sickness by Disturbed cuts in, as the snarling, screaming, and shrieking zombies overtake the screen, interspliced with the rest of the credits. It was interesting to me that the part of the song they chose to play was the part where he is clearly working out issues that he has with his mother, but that's okay. That's okay.
This is the lesser version of the song in this one.
Yes.
And this one, yes. But the credits continue to roll, I guess. So, what did you guys think of Dawn of the Dead 2004?
I think this is going to be pretty easy for me to say how I feel about the movie or what I thought, because I absolutely love this movie. I know there are some things that are just kind of like, what? Or, you know what I mean? But for me, watching it so much and then knowing this movie beat for beat and like just, I don't know what it is. This movie is just comfort, and I will make every excuse for it. I will. I just, it's like, okay, yeah, okay, that's fine. You don't like it. I love it. It's like, that's fine. But I know it's not a perfect movie, but I feel like for what it does, it's perfect for me. and it gives me everything I want. There's action, there's zombies, there's crazy shit, there's a little bit of emotion there. You know what I mean? It's like there is a little bit of everything in there. Yeah, there's explosions and, a lot of gunfire or whatever. But I do enjoy this. Just turn it on, see what's going on, follow them, kill more zombies. You know what I mean? But there is a lot going on in the movie. I will, like we said earlier, I don't know anything about Zack Snyder, why people are upset with him or whatever. And I mean, hey, I'm not saying I like the man. I like the movie.
You like the movie.
Yeah. And a lot of other people worked on this movie too. We've said that before as well. So again, thank you to them. And I absolutely adore this movie.
I have a lot of fun with this movie.
Mm-hmm.
It is very entertaining. It is very nostalgic.
Mm-hmm.
And that holds a lot of weight, especially the time that we watched it.
Yeah.
I was aged 13. Kind of
Yeah.
wild.
Yeah.
I really think that they show a lot of reverence for the original.
Mm-hmm.
It's clear that this was made by people who respect what came before.
Yeah.
And who wanted to do something new and interesting with the same premise.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, what more can you say other than great job?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Shake their hand.
Yeah.
It's not perfect, as you said.
Yeah.
I do have a few nitpicks personally, but outside of that, I mean, I always have fun whenever I watch this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I feel like there are moments that are like, come on, that's ridiculous. There are like inconsistencies with how long like it takes certain people to turn. There are character motivations that just make you fucking shake your head.
Mm-hmm.
There are a couple moments where it's like, oh wow, you just really wanted to move the plot along and we got to shave off a couple more characters. You know what I mean? But again, like I said at the beginning, I think the thing that makes this film so special is I just don't care. Like when you really love something, you even accept the flaws. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
But this was such a treat to revisit. We've been waiting for so long to dig into this one, and it being the 20-year anniversary, I'm so glad that we got the opportunity, because it is wild to think that this has been a comfort film for 20 fucking years.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But it is not a perfect film, but it is a gift for me that has given me joy and given me comfort and entertained me for 20 years.
Yeah.
Like, that's amazing. Like you said, T, you can see all the respect. I love the cameos. I love all the work that went into the effects. I just, the performances,
Mm-hmm.
CJ's character arc.
Yeah.
It gets me every time. This film is so weirdly special to me, and I don't even know if I can fully articulate it. There is just something magical about it. I think that I'm just going to like slide us right into ratings. I know we are all tired. We are all hungry like Andy. I feel like I've been very clear about my love for this film. All right. Fully prepared to get shit for this. That is okay. On a scale from 1 to 10 overzealous zombies, I am giving Dawn of the Dead 2004 10 out of fucking 10 overzealous zombies. This is a comfort film for me. If that makes me uncultured swine, I'll be your Huckleberry. That's okay.
Yeah.
I'll play the part and I'll play it to perfection. I love this, and you can pry it out of my cold dead fingers.
Love out loud.
Yeah.
Love out loud with my entire chest.
Yeah.
I love this film. Flaws and all. I know that there are parts that are absolutely ridiculous. I can see someone sitting down and being like, that was too much. You're right. Like, you're right. You know, any complaint that you have about this, you're right. To me, I love it. I've loved it for 20 years. Nostalgia is through the roof. I love this movie. I will now open up the floor to you.
Well, and I agree with you, but for me, you're wrong. If you don't like this movie, I'm just kidding. No, but and I get it. There is a lot of shit that goes on in the movie, and there is a lot to unpack with it. But I'm in the same boat, and if they're gonna shit on you, they've got to do it on me first, because I'm not gonna allow anyone to shit on you. It's
Thanks.
I love this movie, even for not seeing it in the theater and picking up on the unrated version and always watching that. And just, it is that, thinking about that, for 20 years, I've clung to this movie as a comfort movie. And I know you said it up top as well. Finding my person and them loving this movie was yeah, I'm supposed to be with you. That, we both like the trash. It's okay. We're both be pigs. It's okay. We love it. But
very good.
But it is the camaraderie that I feel in the movie, the little moments when Kenneth undid the safety on Michael's shotgun, when he does say later on, hey, slow down, the bus tipped over. We do see these little developments, and it isn't in our face constantly. Yeah, he's an asshole, he changes. But again, Kenneth at the beginning too was like, I'm gonna go find my brother. I have to get out of here. Then he finds comfort in Andy. He realizes, okay, I do need to be here. I'm part of a group now. We have to survive. They did it to the end. I mean, yeah. Anna was right. Things didn't work. It wasn't okay. But they tried to keep hope, and they tried to stay together. They went out together. You know what I mean? Yeah, the movie's not perfect, but I love this movie, and I will keep loving this movie. So for me, on a scale of 1 to 10 overzealous zombies, I'm also going to give Dawn of the Dead 2004 10 out of 10. I will continue to always watch this movie. And whether I'm, I can't say 8 because I was over 8. But,
whether I'm a little baby.
Yeah, whether I'm 19, 29, 39, 49, or 89, I'm still going to love this movie, and I'm still going to watch it.
You definitely should have closed the show.
He wrote a poem, actually.
Yeah. No, I appreciate how much you both love it, and I really do love it a lot too. And I really enjoy it every single time I watch it. My thing personally is I feel like the vibe of the original just vibes with what I want more.
Okay.
And that's nothing against this film.
No.
For sure.
Not even weighing them against each other.
Yeah.
You're going to compare them. They have the same title.
Yeah. Yeah.
You really can't not.
You can't avoid it. But I mean, it's the effects, the performances, the characters, some of them with more character than others.
Yeah.
Admittedly.
There's just so much to enjoy about it. And there's also this like weird wish fulfillment of simply being in a mall when you shouldn't be. Yeah. I don't know
that
what it is.
So true.
But I mean, for me, really the negatives, I feel like there are some scenes that are simply difficult to look at from a visual standpoint.
There are.
Color, saturation, some of the other people not getting enough characterization, and the things that you spoke of with these odd character choices and motivations. These people that were really just here to die, which happens a lot, but still. But I think the thing for me is that the end of the film just doesn't the grand. I said grandiosity. I'm pretty sure that's a word. I'm very tired.
I'm pretty sure it is.
The grandiosity of the ending with that sea of zombies. Part of it you're like, oh, cool, and part of it you're like, this is too much. And then when the dude picks up the propane tank, he's like, what these buttons do? And you're like, this is...
Well, it's also the streets after.
Yeah.
Completely deserted. So it's like, I don't know. That kind of lose me a little bit there. But I mean, outside of that, I think that they did exactly what a remake should do.
Yeah.
They didn't do a carbon copy. They made it their own, and they paid respect to what came before.
For sure.
I don't know what else you want from a remake. But, and that intro.
Yeah.
And the opening credits.
Incredible.
Brilliant. And there is a lot of nostalgia, but I am afraid I can't go as high as you guys.
It's okay.
So for me, out of 10 overzealous zombies, I am going to give Dawn of the Dead 2004 8 out of 10 overzealous zombies. It was close.
I was waiting on a 0.5.
It was almost there.
Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Dawn of the Dead 2004, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Twitter at the Pod Mortem. Be sure to follow us on Instagram and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow us on Twitter at Blood and Smoke, at RealStreeter84, and at TravisMWH. Thank you to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll get bonus content like the Corner of Creep and No Sleep, where we read creepypastas and Reddit No Sleeps, and Talk Mortem, where we answer your questions and take on random topics. Stay tuned until after the music for a special shout out to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, in moments of crisis, it is easy to be ruled by self-preservation, but in learning to be a part of a community, you have already defeated a monster. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah!
Very good. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis and Nisa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Spooky Mom, Appelin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Brittany Ramatar, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Jordan Blevins, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G, Dave Burke, Adrian Stakes, Daniel McGinnis, Nick Spill, Emma Hagel-Kissinger,
Valerie G, Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle OKC, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Nicholas Carter, Sawyer Reese Farr, Dr. Diva Loves Horror, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Natalie De Guzman, Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanovan, Katie K, Erica Morin, Cameron S, Nicole Stewart, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, No Thanks Tom Hanks, Kevin McGonigal, Kristen Marcy, Ori 81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez 63,
Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Jen Lassiter, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Neil Chesson, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Heather Santiano, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Cassidy Carruthers, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Jen T., Kim H., August, Vengeance Spirit, Sam J. Green, Kelly Glazyface Mac, Jenny May, Zoe Marie, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D., Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Taylor J., Daniel Dickerson, Jordan Gaddis, Cam Davies, Tanya Selvog, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, and the trash man, Roger Dodger. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. We love you so much.
Yes, thank you. I gotta say, truly, we love all of you.
Yeah.
When the film.
Yeah, that's where they were holding up. Until next time.